Woo 31 months. $18 months. Good luck USA. Oh God. Remember chat. Today is a very important day in American history. It is the 2024 NFL trade deadline. Freaks him terrified. I'm very nauseously optimistic about this election. Let's go. 3 months. I feel so afraid. I'm not looking at anything until tomorrow for my own mental health. Stand strong, chat. WHO else is scared, chat. I did my duty to vote and I hope it all turns out well. Anywho. Meow 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 meow. 36 months. Yippee. Remember to take care of yourselves and stress as little as possible. Lamau. Incredibly anxious but 10 months. Real. Anxious freaks, remember to take your meds. I'm about to vote in like 30 minutes. $20 months. Yippee. $12 months. Yippee. Sneeg, I think him going to throw up from anxiety. I am counting on you to help keep my anxiety at bay tonight. My birthday was 2 days ago and I hate that all I could think about was this stupid election. Oh no.
What a time to be alive.
Are we ready to find out who wins via the D-Steel meme freaks? British.
Your hair looks good today. I showered this morning. Thank you. God, what a fun and normal day.
32 mon of being a lurker, we. Haven't been able to catch many streams lately BC of class, but glad I could catch this one. V
Yeah,
pumped for this
very
absolute
fun
sweet
stream
trust.
to be for.
Time for the most important poll happening on Tuesday, November 5th. The first college football playoff rankings poll.
Roll Tide! Welcome to the safe room. Most of you are fully aware that I am not a political streamer whatsoever. I'm very much not a serious streamer whatsoever.
Clearly nothing else is happening today except my 3-year sub anniversary. Yep.
Chat, where are my fruits, dude? Come on, chat.
What a day to have my sub anniversary on. Not gonna be super present today, but hello.
How many people are here? I need to see everybody. Say hi.
I'm so scared.
Everybody say hi. Everybody say hi. Hey, yo. You know what the worst part about this is? The Blues play at 7 o'clock. When the results, when voting ends.
My anxiety has been so bad today, streamer Sag.
So I'm going to be stressed about my hockey team. And while watching the polls trickle in for like the most impactful like election I've seen in my lifetime.
Year on year.
Probably most of you have seen. I mean, I can't think of anything more significant than today. Like, other people from other countries are watching. I mean, typically some do, but like to an upstanding degree.
And chat.
Like, a lot of people are concerned about it outside of America for fair reasons as well. Because there's a dude who's basically going to act as if he can just like decimate an entire population or allow somebody to.
We're electioning a.
On top of plenty of other things.
5 minutes.
Yeah. What's chat gonna look like once the winner's announced? Restricted? Oh man, that's a great question. I never really thought. Well, okay. Here's the thing as well. There's been a lot of contention.
British guy tried to explode Parliament Day and definitely nothing else.
Oh, is it Guy Fawkes Day?
Hello Sneeg, hello chat. Less than 3 regardless of the results. I just wanna say it's important to have hope. Doomerism gets us nowhere. Things may be scary, but hope is real and love is real and we'll be okay. Also,
first time voting
if
and
you're
it's
trans,
this shit
you
show.
have to stay alive. That's the rule.
This is my third time having to vote against Trump.
Stay safe, you're less
All
than
3 of my voting years have been to say, please don't. So, I get you. I think most of us here are in that realm of having voted 3-1 times in this situation.
So can't stay
because
long.
For some reason,
I hope the stream goes great.
The Republican Party just loves putting this bag of dust out there, which is just phenomenal work. I mean, it's been fascinating to watch him deteriorate after Biden dropped out. It was like
chat in slow mode and put it in. Followers have to be here for like 30 minutes so you don't get a bunch of racist trolls while watching the election.
We'll see. We'll see. I'm not going to do that preemptively. It's already on followers. If it gets bad, that's one thing. But yeah, it's like Joe Biden dropped out and transferred all of his like senile election energy into Trump. So now Trump's sitting there going, I'm gonna blowjob the microphone. Here it comes. It's definitely a corn dog. Here I go.
As someone who has been doing activism for decades, has seen amazing wins and devastating losses, I want you all to know, whatever minority you're in, however depraved the people around you are loved. This can be your safe space for today. Care.
For sure. That was kind of my intention, because I know a lot of people don't want to be kind of
guess who's back, let's go,
involved / be like fully immersed. But to me, like, this is very important. Like, you know, acknowledging the privilege in the room. I'm a white male.
No matter what happens, I love y'all.
I'm a straight white male.
I have made so many friends here,
realistically,
and this is such
like,
a queer-friendly place.
Spade is a spade. My life doesn't change much in this scenario,
also,
but lives
together.
of people around me change a lot, and that's what worries me the most.
You who have.
You know, I worry about, you know, first and foremost, my wife and my daughter's future.
19 months. I've been through a really rough time recently,
friends,
and your streams have been a wonderful
my
distraction
gay friends,
for
my
me.
minority
there
friends,
have been days
and then I
was
care about you guys.
Low, but you
like,
lifted it right back up.
A lot of you identify
being.
Female, aren't white, like are gay,
hoping
whatever
for the best
you are
outcome
on
today
the
for
rainbow
all the Americans in chat.
Terms of ethnicity and sexuality. Like, you're as important as I've been.
Canadian politics might follow along with what Trump
it's
wants.
Dumb that I've been given the keys to the castle and
you
guys aren't allowed in. And like the fact that like a party has put forth a guy who's trying to take away every single other person's right to have that is just insane.
Watching the men in my life actively voting against my rights makes me so upset.
I'm worried about this. I'm worried about the people around me. So it's going to be pretty hard. It would have been really hard to have pulled me away from this, because I for sure would have been like watching / keeping up, etc. So it would have been really difficult for me to do otherwise. We might be able to play some game while I'm able to like have stuff to look at.
Holy fucking shit, 3 years.
TTS is
As
loud.
we get closer to the end of election day, the urge to have a drink is high. I voted today, and looking at the polls are crazy that this race is so close. Group hug.
The thing is that's not necessarily
and you
the
for trying
case.
To provide a safe space for the freaks. As a disabled person, it's nice to have somewhere to be where I feel valued.
It's not necessarily true that the race is close. I mean, it very well could be. But polling near the election time is always
but I also live with
skewed.
Parents who like him, so I'm anxious regardless of the outcome.
Obama's
it's a great week to have an unmedicated
was viewed as
disorder.
close.
This is sarcasm.
Obama annihilated McCain and Romney, both elections. He won by 300 plus points. Obama had 330 against McCain or something like that. It's really not trustworthy. They call him close throughout the entirety of like the month or two before, because they want people to like, because you've been hearing this, right? Like, you've been hearing that it's a close race, right? What does that make you want to do? That makes you want to watch and keep up with it and look at all the new things about results and polls and early voting, stuff like that. It keeps people like gripped. And this is like one of the wheelhouses of the general media.
Chat.
Every half decade, they want to sit here and like keep people grasped onto a significant event, at least especially for Americans, but the rest of the world. Like, it makes you want to do that sort of thing. So I'm not saying necessarily I don't think it'll be close, but you can't take what that is as its word and think it's going to be close no matter what, because they always say this. And I mean, like, this is coming from somebody who was alive and coherent during Obama's run both times. And I don't really remember Bush, but, you know, I remember 9/11. And I remember the way that made people feel. I'm not sure about that. I should ask like my dad if people still thought like Bush had a close race after 9/11, because he really much used it to get reelected. So I'm interested to see what he says.
22 months. I really don't like how this election will affect the world, and ICSNT even vote in it, cries in British.
Yeah. But don't get it twisted, dude. People said Obama's was going to be close both times. He won by a very generous amount both times. Both times. Like, wasn't a close race either time. So, you know.
Today is a special day. An important day. A day that could change the future of the world. Today is day 5 of No Shit November. I'm still going strong. My sphincter is an impenetrable fortress. My cheeks are pillars of strength. How are y'all keeping it in Streamer Man and chat?
Oh.
Fun stories to cheer y'all up, to it's still political related. Me and my mom were walking to the elevator to go up to my PT appointment. A guy walks out of the elevator decked out in Trump and MAGA stuff. My mom's wearing a Vote Kamala shirt. They dude fucking sighs and walks away. Also bad news.
One of my neighborhood
Trump
kids.
supporter neighbor did not have his Trump cut out on his lawn today, Sag.
One of my neighborhood kids had a Trump outfit
Election
on
day, and
Halloween.
one of my
That was
profs assigned a
interesting.
test due tonight. Sir, we have more important things to be doing.
Sure, that wasn't the only kid out there.
And more
but dude was definitely like 12. That's what scared me the most, is he was like literally definitely not even a teenager yet. And I'm like, mocking or what? I don't know. I don't know. That's what scared me, is I couldn't really tell. I'm pretty sure it was unironic. Because it's not like he walked around doing like a Trump impression, be like, trick or treat, give me some Kit Kat bars. I'm so hungry, I need sweets, and realistically, I cannot have them. I have so many cavities, so many. No, he just walked up in it. And it kind of gave off that he thought he was very cool. So now, ultimately, I do, you know, people did dress as like Obama, and people have dressed as Biden before. I actually saw some clip of a dude dressed as Biden, and his 3 friends were his Secret Service guys, and he couldn't like, this is really fucked up, but he would like trip on the stairs of people's houses like he did on the Air Force One. I'm sure you guys saw it too. It's like really fucked up, but it's also like really funny. Like, that's what, I don't, you know, it's not like a, ooh, I love him. You know what I mean? It's like, haha. You know.
22 months, yippee. Anyways, anxiety be hella high, but at least the trees near my house look pretty today. Teresa, little chickadee I am fond of.
Chickadee.
He is the linchpin of my sanity at this moment.
Yeah, it's,
Make sure to vote, chat, smile.
Quite the time. But I think we got deviated a little bit. I went with my friend to vote today for the first time, yippee, but they didn't have the I voted stickers, so we both got my little sister's princess stickers and wrote it on when we got home. P.S. My little sister was fine with it. Yeah. I hope you guys voted today. I didn't. I voted like a week and a half ago, thankfully. Early voting was really easy here. It took me like 5 minutes.
Hello,
thankfully.
freaks. The best say was a voting place today, and they were handing out Ben and Jerry's after we voted.
Hello, Sniff. Yeah, clip it, guys. I didn't vote.
I voted.
Yeah, tell him. Drag me. then you just reply to that tweet. Like you just put the second part of the clip afterwards in the reply.
Group hug.
So
This
you
is
just
such a scary
yeah, guys,
time,
rage bait for me.
genuinely. But
Just
we're
clip
all
I didn't
in
vote
this
today
together.
and then post it
And I
then
think that no matter
reply
the
with
outcome,
the
we
rest
got
of it
ready to
underneath,
get
and then
aggressive
people
fight for the upcoming changes we want for the betterment of everyone.
It's great. I'll be
No
like
matter what
Asmongold,
happens,
except
we
my
can
house won't be
still
a
make
fucking
change in the
terrifying
future
mess.
Peeper riot.
And I think I'm a good person, so that's also there's also that. That is true. I did post that I voted today picture. So damn, it's not gonna work, guys. Back out. Back out. Pull back. What's the plan for today? You know, I wanted to start early in case I was feeling a game. Potentially.
Britain here.
Not out of the question. Web fishing kind of got caught short yesterday because a tornado was probably maybe 10 miles from my house, which was very cool and not terrifying.
My younger brother, he's 19, I'm 21, voted for Kamala and some of his friends like Trump. I don't really think they comprehend the consequences of what that could mean, and I'm very proud of my brother for voting to protect the rights of me, my mom, his girlfriend and all of the other important women in his life.
But yeah, I thought today could be an important time for me to stream this because I don't think I'm a very serious person. I think this is a very serious situation. And at the end of the day, I know a lot of people want a safe place to indulge in this because this is very important. And I can understand and respect people's willingness to not see anything about it because
voted for the first time today.
I have anxiety. I can understand.
Nice, lol. There was a guy I think should have been kicked out. BC he brought in his young son and was loudly proclaiming if Somione wasn't Republican, no voting for them, no killing babies in his house, and said I hope y'all are voting Trump as he left. He also made a snide comment about me voting Kamala as I was walking in.
You're not really supposed to do that. You're not supposed to even have political like paraphernalia on when you go in to vote. But I figured doing this would be helpful to people and myself. Once again, I would also be one that wants to keep up with this. And I don't want to like miss out. I don't want to miss out because it's very important to me and most of you. So, do I think Hassan is big enough to impact his viewers? We know he hates Kamala.
To the election besides Kamala. But one of my friends knocked on our dorm's door.
I think he's significant enough to impact his voters, but I think
but it was funny as freak.
I don't think you're giving his character enough credit by saying that he's gonna like sway people away. I think he does a really good job of criticizing politicians on top of understanding the nuances of the situation we're in, man. It's really hard to pretend like voting for her isn't more morally smart than voting for him. And thinking that a third party vote in this scenario would do anything except help Trump is a bit ignorant. As much as I hate it. You're not supposed to like your politicians. It's a good thing he doesn't like her. It's a good thing he doesn't like any of them. That's what makes him good at this. He doesn't like any of them because he's good at it and he's critical and analytical where it matters. But that's what keeps somebody aware and informed, and he does a good job of informing people of the correct things. He's been very good at like being on top of his information.
My ward recently made it so there are more days to vote, leading to way more voters, as previously a lot of low-income households couldn't take time off work to vote.
So people are allowed to vote whatever they want. That's their American right. And it's a good thing that we're able to do so. I just think it's very ill-informed to go third party in this scenario, given the nuances of the situation. and I understand with the things going on in the world why you'd feel inclined to do so. But to see what's going on there and not understand the impact of the other person, like to not really to think that the impact of Trump getting elected is equatable to Kamala being elected is really just ill-informed. Because despite them not either of them,
I would like to say thank you for your streams throughout this election.
Despite neither of them really being ideal people, and one of them significantly less.
A lot of things, and I live in a setting that is
one of them didn't
by a certain
straight up say that he was gonna. They were gonna allow Israel to just like decimate Palestine. Like Trump literally said that.
It's very important to do.
He literally told.
Stuff.
He said that he would allow the Israeli state to just finish the job, I believe was the quote he said.
Local stuff affects much faster.
And he's met with him in private multiple times, which isn't exactly legal, technically speaking. So I think to basically be like, well, it's the same with her is kind of crazy given... Yeah, she has said some things that do basically imply that she doesn't care too much to end it. But at the same time, she hasn't basically been like, yeah, I would allow them to literally decimate that whole country. No doubt. Like, there's the problem here is there's a lot of nuance. Lots of nuance in this scenario. People don't like it. Nuance is not allowed or not liked in most cases. This is why we get a lot of stuff with like abortion and pro-life, pro-choice, because that's a two-sided thing.
For the first time a few days ago.
When things are two-sided, you get one side and the other, you don't get those in-betweens, and they're not really encouraged or wanted to be discussed or allowed. And it's the same thing with having two candidates. You don't, there's no room for those nuances. People don't want them because you have an in-group and out-group bias where you're in this group and you go, well, that group's bad because I'm in this group and that group disagrees. And this group is saying the same thing about that group, right? And what unfortunately happens is like, this happens over and over everything. All the time. And it's a shame. You create the them versus us situation every single step of the way because there's only two options.
Please stay safe no matter the result. I'm scared for chat and my American friends.
And I understand some people will be upset with me saying that I think third party is ill-advised here, but we haven't had a more impactful election. We realistically haven't. Like, there's a lot of tension going on and, like, significant, like, life-changing things. And rights being like threatened to people. And like, I don't know, man. Like, you can do what you want, but I can say what I think is true. Like, does anybody know? Wow. That is certainly an image. Does anybody know how many votes the third-party candidate Jill Stein got during the 2020 election?
On Palestine and how that affects people's moral
Does anybody know the total amount of votes she got?
Year, and I think everyone should watch it if they have the chance.
Yeah, like about 1%. Something like that. I think it was 4 or 5 million in that ballpark. Who wants to guess how many Biden and Trump got Over 25 million each. Each. She didn't even cover close to 5% of their total voting. And as much as it might upset people, third party is not an option, man. It's realistically not, at least right now. I would love for it to be. Most people would. But American government has been structured within a two-party system. And Jill Stein also just isn't the pick.
I had fun being in my 3-hour-long class talking about random buildings and not looking at election results until like
saying you're voting third party and not looking into your own third-party candidate is just ignorant. Her VP pick
I won't lie,
is
I'm anxious as hell.
Abortion ban.
Is knots over this whole thing.
You might not have known that. That's a great thing to figure out before you vote. Not only that, Trump was like, I love Jill Stein. She's one of my favorite people. Maybe because in 2016, when she got enough votes running, she took away potential Clinton winning states. Because you could look into that and see that she took away a significant amount of votes from those states that could have been enough to give Clinton the presidency instead. No wonder he loves her. Like,
There is a voting location at my college and I'm so happy to see how many people were voting literally all day.
I've been seeing a lot of that. I think what's really cool is that I've been seeing a lot of like, excuse me. I've been seeing a lot of people talking about like giant lines, historic turnouts, etc., which is really exciting. I saw that Philadelphia was like packed. I've seen a lot of pictures of like red state voting areas just absolutely like out the door and then some. So it's cool to see. Personally, in my mind, I'm a bit optimistic. I haven't seen like thinking back 4 years ago, like people didn't have this much confidence in Biden. And he won. Like people were not confident in him, which was the whole problem with him running again. And thankfully, him or somebody else noticed that or told him that and got it through his head. Because like I haven't seen more people like be enthusiastic about an election in a long time since Obama's first presidential run, because people were so excited about the idea of a black man being president, which was fucking awesome. I mean, that's so cool. And we have a chance to do it again by electing a woman
also be another
for president, which is crazy.
For the first woman of color as president too.
First woman and first woman of color. I mean, that's crazy. I mean, it's wild. It's fascinating. I think that's important. And I think that was a possibility in 2016. But I didn't even see people this excited about Clinton. I don't remember it. I really don't. I remember people being like, there's no way she loses this, right? But being like, whatever. Nobody was really that excited about her, especially just like, you know. So people do seem to really care about the potential of Kamala being a president, which I think is really cool. I think she's got a lot of charisma, personally. If
Texas goes blue, I'll shit my pants. It's a promise.
If Texas goes blue, I will do a 24-hour stream that day.
I believe Kamala has it in the bag. I think moderate Republicans want their party back and no
I will do
keeping
an
them out
entire
of the
stay
White
up for
House will
24-hour
help.
stream
She's
if
managed to
Texas
get
is
fucking
blue.
Liz Cheney to
Really?
endorse her.
Yeah, that's
She
why
truly
I
has a big collation of supporters
I
that
feel
is me
that
hopeful.
unconfident about that. Not to destroy your hopes, but you're asking like a significantly red place where a lot of people move to, like similar to Florida, to turn blue, and you're asking a lot. You never know though. People weren't expecting Georgia to pull it off 4 years ago. So blue Texas would be crazy because everything else wouldn't matter. Texas is like 40 electoral votes. 35 maybe? I don't remember exactly. That's a significant win. And people do tend to just
As an Australian
assume
whose
it's
state
red.
election went poorly,
It flipping to blue would be nuts. I mean, none of the swing states would matter practically.
Has already broken 4 promises in a single week, and what if Trump winning makes him confident?
Yeah, I mean, all of the things that he did are what's been affecting us the last 4 years. This is the whole thing, and this is what drives me insane. Is there's a lot of people with political wow, this is a great time to be incompetent by not being able to talk. There's a lot of people with political incompetency who assume bad times equal the president is bad while it's happening. But the inability to understand how like voting and laws and presidential executive orders and stuff go into place. These things take a long time, like years. The stuff that's bothering you now, that's Trump's tax plans.
Him from Europe.
You can say no, but that's how it works.
News outlets where I can get a
just like how
report on
you can say the economy was good when Trump was around. 1, not really. 2, when it was Obama's. Because that's how it works. This stuff takes years to actually enact. Like, they didn't, like, I don't know, they didn't ban TikTok the day that the Supreme Court said yes. Did they? You still use it. It's going to happen in January. Well, we'll see. I don't really think they can get away with that. Personally, I also think banning an entire big cultural point for a younger generation is a great way to have them pissed off at you forever. But that's just me.
Sneeg, did you see the SNL skit with Kamala?
I did. But the policies and stuff that presidents put in place take years to actually trickle in. That's why.
Also, the number of people who just don't comprehend how little power Kamala had as VP and were like, well, why hasn't she done anything?
She had some, but the rhetoric became like, why hasn't she done everything? And then
wow,
it was like,
happy 31 months. Everything is totally normal and fine. Have a good one, everyone.
It's not really how the VP works, but they're basically like a substitute teacher.
Speaking of Georgia turning blue, I was actively tracking it. I was looking at how close it was. How many votes there were. I was losing my fucking mind.
They're talking about last
blue.
election.
Also, Happy D Steele becoming Canon Day.
Yeah. If you look at like stuff from back in like, you can look at right after Trump lost the election 8 years ago, Jesus. You can see the policies and things that were signed around that time. Even before it. If a president feels like the opposite party will secure office, they will sign things that purposely weaken people's attitude towards the standing president for the next time. Because they take a while to actually take place. And people don't want to actually look into long-term effects. They want to think everything's happening here and now. Because why wouldn't you?
Just got back from voting in Alabama. Feels pointless voting blue in this state, but I did my job. Sneegsnag.
It's got to change somehow, man. But it's exactly how it works. This happens a lot. You can look at it. It happens all the time. Not just this year, not just last election or the one before, like many of the past presidential elections. This is like a common tactic for like the opposite party to like leverage for their incumbent instead. They'll be like, well, look, the border's worse, the economy's bad. Well, let's look at what happened, huh?
Personally, I voted Sneak for president/J.
Like, we can literally see how Joe Biden and Kamala put together a border bill recently, within the last year or so, to solve the border crisis. I mean, in their mind, whatever. Not even going to get into that. And then you can look into all that. They had a whole proposal. People liked it, I guess, whatever. Guess who told them not to vote on it? Trump told all of the Republican congressmen to shut it down.
Cover this so I don't
because
lose my damn mind.
He knew that passing that recently would look good on Joe, who was running at the time. So you can see these things. You can look into these things. People don't want to do it because it's easier to just see somebody say, fuck this guy, the economy's bad. And then they go, okay, the economy is bad. I do have to pay money. Yeah. You know? I don't know. I'm not the most informed, but I'm informed enough to understand how some of this works, especially because of my
Biden,
studying.
come over here and kiss me on my hot mouth.
What is happening?
Your retirement starts soon, Pookie. I can't wait to spend it all with you, my hubby wubby.
Oh my God, Obama, I love you.
Anyway, I might not be the most informed. I think I'm informed enough. I also think that like my education and my degree, I studied parallel to law. I didn't study law, but criminology runs side by side with the law. I mean, that's the whole criminal justice system is built around it. So I do have to like understand a few things, and I did have to know a few things. So I feel like I'm informed enough, but I don't know. Who knows, man? Imagine if cops knew how the law worked. It would be crazy. Imagine if cops were required to have a 4-year degree in criminology or social work or law. Imagine.
Hello everyone, make sure to drink water and take care of yourselves.
Sociologically,
Go vote
people's
if you
exposure
haven't.
to a different person or a different race, a different sexuality, it decreases their prejudice against them
What if they
significantly.
reopen Alcatraz? Just for that one guy
Like
who was convicted of 34 felonies.
Just having somebody like that in your life, or being exposed to someone like that in your life. That's all it takes. American cops have like a couple weeks of training. That's it. And an 18-year-old cop can get a gun and has the whole backing of a police force most of the time. You know what was shocking to me was the Kentucky police officer that wow, I just blanked really hard. That that was involved in Breonna Taylor's death. Cops testified against him. That was shocking to me. That does not happen. A cop testifying against another cop is very, very uncommon. I was very surprised by that. because it is very much a thing for cops to back the others. Like yeah. It sucks that that's a shocker for sure. It sucks that like it's shocking to see somebody basically be like, yeah, my coworker actually basically almost like did and most likely killed a guy because they were being irresponsible and unsafe in the work environment. It's shocking that like I'm surprised they were like, yeah, that happened. Fuck that guy. It does not happen. It really does not. You can look at most of these other cases of victims of police violence. The police back up other police many a time, if not most, which is a shame because accountability is important, especially for a job with such a power dynamic over people and such a trust over people that they can basically get away with it if given enough of a push, which is what happens time and time again. But it was a significant, it was significant that I was educated about it. And that was because of my study. I think that like I was still a little anti-police before my criminology adventures and study, but there was many a class that was very like emphasized heavily police corruption and abuse. For good reason, because they don't want more people involved in the same system not thinking and not wanting better for people who are victimized by it time and time again. So I'm very grateful for that in my own personal place. I don't know, man. It's something else. It's fascinating. It's good to see everybody. I've kind of just been rambling politically, which I guess is the whole point of, in a way, of today. There's been a lot of subs. Let me thank some people for their generosity in this day and age. Mink, thanks for the 34. Unbugged, thank you for the 10. Pink Turkey, thank you for the 6. Apple Tater, thank you for the 4 or 6 months or 4. Twitch is being very vague. Erica, thank you for the 31. Giraffe with the 19. Weeping with the 16. Spilled Milk with the Prime sub. And Why Yes I'm Not with the Tier 1 sub. Chat, give me a lot of W's for 2 new freaks.
My dad
Spilled Milk and Yes I'm Not. Welcome.
The 5th of November when it is. Crazy how that might be a metaphor for tonight.
Ooh.
As an Irish freak, I wish you all the best in this election because
Minion,
it scares
thank you for the 39.
Too.
Ghost, thank you for the 27. Ange with a Prime sub as well. More W's for another new freak. Ange DC, welcome. Thank you very much. Madelkin with the 41. Loud Snob with the 8. Carson with the 7. Fantasium with the 10. Melme, thank you with a 25. Blue Waves, 4 months. Awesome Panda, 4 months. Sniff with the 35. Bucket Hat with the 5. Coconut with the 10. MJ with the 22. Ethera, 26. Rizzo with the Tier 1 sub. More W's for another new freak. I missed a lot of you. Sorry about that. Hopefully you didn't already cancel your sub out. Ether 67. Good to see you're not shitting. Remo 22. Axolotl 20 months. Dysfunctional Trash 7 months. Fuzzy Pirate 36.
I used to worry
Off
I
Scott
was being
10.
dramatic in
Ashers
how much
19.
I hated cops,
Trippy
and then I
38.
took intro
Lucid
to criminal
13.
justice and was very much validated.
Does Love
in
Hurt
my
27.
feelings.
Griffin Feather 25. Revan 5. Dillfrog 14. Pendragon, thank you for the 20. Thistle Baby 12. Daisy Baby Girl 25. Charlie 35. Fully Faced 36. Grizztronics Tier 1 sub. More W's. Another new freak I missed because I'm so good at my job. Welcome to the freaks, dude. Strawberry Taff 29 months. Theon 32. Bambi Dirk 36. Andy Dirk 3 months. Vitriolic 37. Raspberry 20. Kells the Mod 19. Emo Person 1 year. Asher Lee 20. Ramaronic 11. Sleepy Somna 36. Noisy Fawn 29. Sunflower 36. Soars 3 months. Ash a Chub 8 months. Textured Ghost 42. Raven named Skylar 28. Jamie Graphics 13. Rice Ball 26. We did it, chat. Radwidge, thank you for the 21, dude. Childish, thank you for the 4. We did it. I did them all. Your story, I was being dramatic about how much I hated cops and I took intro to criminal justice was very validated. See, that's the thing, and this is why I don't want people to be so doomy. People were not optimistic about Biden. He still won. People are very optimistic about this one, which I haven't seen since Obama. And Obama absolutely exploded the poll, and it's seemingly similar. There's a lot of people posting things and being like, I haven't seen this much turnout since Obama, which typically is a good thing democratically. New voters could always vote red, but it does typically skew statistically that new voters go blue. Why that is, I don't know. Probably because a lot of newer voters are younger and a lot of them lean blue because the longer humanity exists, the more humane people are. And even though American left is really not that left at the end of the day, universally, it's more left than the Republican side. So morality tends to shift that way over time and within generations. And that's probably why. Barkener, thank you for the 41, dude. Yeah, it was really good for me too. I had similar. I had a really good professor my last year. She was incredible. She was so good about like allowing us to understand the ramifications of like police forces being so like
George Washington
up their own
said
ass
that a two-party system was
etc.
bad for a reason /
She was great. She made me leave with a very, very positive impression about like how much better we could be. And really, really taught us like all the points where things have gone wrong and would bring up very relevant cases time and time again. We did like a whole project on Mike Brown, who, if people don't know, died like maybe a city across from mine. So it was a very important thing in St. Louis when Mike Brown died. It was a very contentious point. That national media very much blew out of proportion. Only a very small portion of downtown Ferguson did end up getting like trash, but national media did say that like Ferguson was actually on fire as a collective city, which was just not what happened. I had a friend in Ferguson who I would frequently hang out with while this happened as well, and it was very much not like that. But yeah, man, you'll see. I mean, like the thing is like negativity speaks louder than positivity, and like this is why rage baiting on streaming works. This is why streamers rage bait, and this is why like falling off one's grift, because like that sort of like rage bait gets attention and it's loud. Like the absurdity of somebody to say something so heinous or do something so out of pocket garners such an attention that is like unfortunately unrivaled to someone like me who's
for providing a safe space for
kind of just minding their own business and enjoying their self and staying in their lane. Personally, I'd rather just quit. If I'm honest with you, I feel like I was raised to be better. So I hope I never have to even consider that. Thankfully, your guys' support has made me not have to. On top of it all, I don't have just this going for me in my life. I have a lovely wife and a beautiful daughter and a supportive family on top of a degree that I can always fall back on. So I have a lot of reasons that I don't need to at the end of the day. So there's that too. Some people, this is their whole life, and once they think it's falling out of their hands, they get desperate, and then you get people like there's 5 people that went to your head the second we're talking about, people grifting out of nowhere after years of not, So thanks for the 4, diehard. Astro, thank you for the 14. Cryptid, thank you for the 28. In fact, there's plenty who aren't even American who do it all the time, which is interesting.
Everyone remember that if you are discontent with the way that our system works, political action
Almost
should go
like
beyond
they understand
voting.
the
If upset about our options,
magnitude
remember that
of
leftist
doing that
protest will
and
be cracked
the
down
stupidity
upon
of the
harder
people
under
it
Trump and the
attracts.
Republicans.
Why would a very popular
3
Canadian
months,
streamer
How are
really
you doing,
realistically give a shit about an election other than they might save money and garner support from people that they might not have previous? They can't even vote. Know what I mean? Sneak making beef? Nah, bro. I'm not making nothing.
So glad
That's just
that
what's
you'll
happening.
live. As a closeted queer, I need something away from my MAGA household.
There's nothing
Voted
being
for the
created.
first
That's
time
just
as
what
soon
exists.
As it opened, so
and
I
it's in the
managed to
air.
get the I voted sticker with the werewolf tearing its shirt off. Love you, chat cat kiss.
Stay safe, dude. That's kind of, yeah, that was kind of the thought here is
My
I think a
mother
lot
was
of
a
people
Democrat up until a
might
few
be in
years
unsafe
ago and said
households
that it's normal for people
politically,
to
and they
become
would rather
more
have somewhere
Republican.
safe to watch.
Meanwhile, my
And
grandmother was a diehard Dem until she died.
You know? Yeah. You know what? I think it. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, I do agree with what you're saying, Spit. I think like if he sees what I say and comes down here and punches downward at me, that says a lot more about him than me.
Ribbit, 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 ribbit,
So
Robbit, ribbit, ribbit.
I guess it's on me for being critical of my coworkers
ribbit,
in ways that are
ribbit,
I
ribbit, ribbit.
honestly see as horrid and heinous, if I'm honest with you. So I mean, like, yeah, personally, it would be interesting to see what happens.
As a foreign student in America that can't vote in the election, it is a very
I
stressful
don't think it'll go bad
time
for me
right
for being
now.
like, I think you're
Thank
doing
you
things for
creating a
reasons
safe
that are
space
greedy and wrong.
educating people. Everyone stay safe.
I don't know how you defend that. So I mean, when you think about it, why else would people like Elon Musk have investment in this election? He has billions of dollars and wants to keep it. So he wants to back the person that wants to be nice to them. He can't vote. He doesn't actually vote. He can't. Like, isn't he a citizen? He might be. Who the fuck knows anymore, dude?
Sneeg, I think it's ridiculous that some people are afraid to go vote due to what
He
could happen
became
to
one?
them with the threats
Well,
of
I guess he
voting
can
for
vote,
anyone
but
who isn't
I mean,
Trump, like there are bomb threats directed towards polling places.
He might be able to vote.
I ate Mexican food after voting. I'm drooling. I love democracy.
But there's a reason that he wants to, and he wants to get people to vote with him because, like, the people who follow him because they think he's smart and good on investments don't make nearly as much as him and won't even get, like, anything close to what he's going to benefit. And they didn't last time. Get a friend egged this morning for wearing blue with your college logo on it. Interesting.
Currently living outside the US, but I'm scared for my friends and family and not being able to visit them
ridiculous.
safely. This stream is helping a bit with the anxiety, so thank you for that smile.
Yeah. I mean, we can talk all sorts of negativity and then we're no better than any other streamer. But at the end of the day, like, I am very optimistic in a lot of ways. For reasons we've already talked about. So it's like, you know, it sure is fascinating, man. I'm ready for the decision to be made and the stress to be at least given an answer. And we can move on to the next stressor because that's how anxiety loves to operate. Ideally, that takes a couple of weeks, not instantly. But yeah. I don't know, dude. I appreciate y'all being here. Is there an official time? Polling closes at 7 p.m. I don't know if that's 7 p.m. local time per state or it's central time, my time. Somebody smarter would probably be able to tell me. It's per state.
If there are any freaks that voted in Michigan, I hope you got the Werewolf I voted sticker.
When do polls close in every state? Here's a timeline. Yeah, it is local time. And dependent on the state. I'm looking at it here. 7 p.m. Eastern, so 6 p.m. in an hour. Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont, Virginia. Indiana and Kentucky are in split time zones. Earliest result will be seen in the 6 p.m. ET hour. 7:30 Eastern is North Carolina, Ohio, West Virginia. 8 p.m. Eastern is a lot of states, which is 7 p.m. Central. It's a lot of the central states and mountain states, I think. Mostly central, some East Coast stuff, actually. It's as late as 1 a.m. for Alaska. The 3 electoral votes, very impactful. The ones that people really care about
but want to share a
are
nice little moment. In ecology, I sit in a group with a guy and 2 girls.
the next
During
3
a
or
break
so
in the
hours.
lecture, the guy asked me in private
Depends on
if
the
he was
state.
getting my name right and said his brother is trans, so he gets the struggle and is supportive.
Cute.
And then separately, the 2 girls asked me in private the same thing. I don't even pass as a guy, but they were so casually supportive and it made me so happy.
Awesome. That's very cool. You know what is so annoying? That all these sites that try to do the electoral map just give you like expected results and like show the battleground states. And I'm like, I just want a blank fucking map, dude. I want a blank map so I can see the new ones. Like see the results, all of them. Obviously I care about the battleground states, but what I don't want is you to be like, well, this one will be good and this one will be good. Blah, blah, blah. I don't care. I want a blank. Thank you very much. That would be great. I need it blank so we can tell. I don't mean one to fill out or to look at. I mean like a live one.
I'm living with my parents. My mom said that if I voted for Trump I would be homeless. Everyone say thank you to my mom for being based. Peepo giggles.
Very cool. Okay, thank you to the person that just sent that Guardian
Hi,
one.
guys.
This one's really good actually. This is the exact kind of one I was looking for. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You're so good. Sorry. I probably should do that as little as possible today because it could age terribly. Can't lie. I'm gonna poo-poo in my diaper. I'm gonna pee so good. I don't need to even use the bathroom. I pee all over myself and it's just gone. It absorbs so hard.
It hurts to know they aren't
It's
really
magic. Have you heard of these? They're called Depends. They're very good.
Am not allowed to
I love Depends. They're so good. They help me not pee myself. I have only got 3 suits and I don't need to worry about soiling them. The diaper soaks it up so big. I pee in a bottle. Dasani gives me the biggest bottles I've ever seen, and I just piss right in them. They help me not have to leave. I hate bathrooms. They're so dirty. I don't want to sit on a toilet. I wipe the toilet off, and I put the toilet paper on the lid. Has anybody... I know some of you do this. Have you seen this? This is to protect against disease. I don't like it. I'd rather just pee in my Dasani bottle. How much did I practice this impression? It's hard to say. I don't really practice them. It's more like they just come out on stream and sometimes they're good and sometimes I go, I'm never going to do that again. But then I can try a Trump impression once and be like, oh, I'm actually good at that. I hate it. But then I can also... I was talking to Hannah about this, and
I got my Madrinas in today, but because I'm anxious as fuck, I'm gonna wait to try it until my anxiety calms down a bit tomorrow. Hopefully.
That was quick.
Anyway, I hope you're all staying safe, and I love you, freaks.
I might have said this on stream before, but the reason Trump's impression is so funny is because there's a realistic amount that you're like, I hate that I could see him saying this. You know what I mean? And I think in a lot of, I mean, like, fuck that guy. But at the end of the day, that's also very funny. It's also hilarious that you could imagine him talking about Depends and heavily vouching for it because he's a 70-year-old man who most likely uses them because you absolutely lose bladder control when around that age. It is so possible that he wears Depends all the time. And that is so funny to think about. It is so funny to think about that when he sits there and he's like, he's actually peeing. You guys think about, I think about this, well, I don't think about this a lot, but I think about it sometimes while he's like doing his mannerisms. Like, I wonder if he has like a, I don't know. You know what I mean? Yeah, I think about Donald peeing. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Did you see the TikTok of the DA of Philly essentially saying fuck around and find out for rioters of the election results?
I can't lie. We have to pause the debate. I just pooped in my diaper. It's so bad. I can smell it already. It's so stinky, and I'm worried that Joe Biden's going to pass out from the fumes. They're so toxic.
Voice and Trump ticks because of watching you so much.
Meanwhile, Joe's like already passed out on the ground. He's like, Joe Biden, my pookie wookie. Did it get to you? I have poo-pooed and possibly pee-peed in my diaper. I'm going to need a change. Where is Rudy Giuliani? I need him to change my diaper. My Depends is absolutely fucked. First poll closes in an hour. I wonder how quickly we'll get the results, but we'll see. In the meantime, let's do some web fishing, because I didn't get to last time. Let me,
You think he has a panic button on his podium for when he shuts himself and they need to cut to commercial?
I've just peed myself. I'm hitting my button. It's on my lapel. If I ever poo myself, I just hit my pin on my suit, and out comes Robert F. Kennedy Jr. ready to sip up my dookie.
Hey, have you seen the video of Trump say they never have
He
empty
sips it
seats
so
and the
hard. He's got a
cameraman
nice
panned
little
over to
straw,
all the
swirly.
empty seats in the
He's
stadium.
got his squiggly straw. Have you seen it? It's so cute. And he goes, and he sips it right up. I don't even have to change my diaper. It's just totally clean. Sorry. They've already reported Indiana and Kentucky. Not all of them, but I see that. I've got to piss. I'll be right back.
Hi, it's me regular chatter who uses adult diapers for shit bladder moments. Remember to be mindful when you make fun of this. This isn't directed at you. Just a general statement. Also, your peeing your pants jokes have actually genuinely made me feel better about myself. So, yeah. Keep on pissing, piss boy. 20 months, only 4 more to go for 2 years. Sneegsnag. Hi chat. Hi Sneeg and chat, smile. I'm currently shiny hunting a Porygon in Alpha Sapphire. What should I name it when I get it? Totally off topic, but I'm finally gonna be doing a test to see if I have autism, ADHD or something else. I do have to wait 6 or 7 months before I can take the test, but I'm so happy I finally get to have an answer of what I have. Sorry if you don't understand, English isn't my first language.
We have a live thing of the map on stream. Yeah, I got you.
Last thing I heard before subbing again and watching the ad was Donny Trumpet peeing and pooping.
I'm peeing so good right now. I've never peed so hard in my life. I don't even have to worry about it. My diaper is so absorbent. And really, it's confusing why nobody's using these. Depends. They're very good. I've used them so long, and for so long. I've done so much cocaine in my lifetime that I can't control my bladder anymore. It's been so hard, and these Depends are very good. They've helped me pee so consistently and so well that I don't even have to go to the bathroom. I can sit on the debate stage for the whole 2 hours. I'm thinking my voice is getting stuck. You know, he's claimed to have never done any drugs
ever. As a treat for voting, I got the newest Warrior Cats book, which released today, and some hard ciders. Very anxious but glad that you're streaming.
I'm glad I'm streaming too. I like streaming. Okay, I admit it. I do a lot of hookah. I love hookah. It's so yummy.
Hi streamer, it's been forever. Holy shit, 35 months. How's it going? I love the new cam also. Hold my hand, chat, we got this.
Sorry, I don't know. I don't know why I made that sound when I did that. Jennifer Coolidge came out. Oh my god. The election. Oh shit, the alert's right there. Move up there, bitch. All right, dude. We'll do a little fishing while we wait for the fate of the entire world. Ha 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 ha. Ooh, wow. Kentucky's coming in hot, actually. They're like actively counting it. Last time I looked, it was a couple thousand. Now it's at like 20 to, it's like 40,000 right now. Say it on here. Ooh. It does, but I'm so zoomed out because I don't want to not see shit. Hold on. Give me a second. I can fix this. I'm going to put my alerts over here. The special stream. I'm going to put my activity feed with my OBS today. So I can make this much larger for both our sakes.
I have one rule in life, NPP, never poop
Yeah, look
in
at
public.
that. There's like 36,000 votes already counting. Wowie zowie. Okay. I'll show the code for the room in a second, guys. Let me just fix up this view. State of the world is happening right now, and that's totally not scary. Aha. Okay. Alrighty, bruh. Oops, I barked. Why can't I see? Oh, I can't see my mouse because of the fucking window capture.
Donald Trump voice 23 months. Let's go oompa loompa doompity doo.
Hold on. We can fix this. I can just do this instead. Need to see my cursor. That's pretty helpful. How's that? Not too intrusive? All right, there's the lobby code if you guys want to join. LA Doom. Let's go. Oh my Jesus.
I am playing a yaoi game while waiting
was
for my
fast.
fate to be sealed by the American government.
Y'all are ready.
Just adult things.
That actually filled up instantaneously. Oops. 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 My bad. Oops. Oh. Ooh. Absolute dart on that one. All right, we're gonna fish at the pier, baby. Boom, 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 boom. What is this? I'm putting my lure right there. Oh shit. Did I get something good? A huge angelfish? Uh-oh, I've been seen. I didn't know I could spam that. Very cool. Hello, fish. Thanks for gifting a sub, dude. MZ, thank you for the 23. Beta, thank you for the 4. Baradem, thank you for the 35. Roman, thank you for the 33. Cheerio, thank you for the 42. Billy, thank you for the 33. Mooney, thank you for the 4. Shinabar, thanks for the 11. Bay 19, Grimmick 9. Biggs Dog, thank you for the tier 1 sub, dude. W's in chat for another new freak. Biggs Dog, thank you. Okay, what fucking gives? Where's my fucking fish? Look at your hat. Wait, why? I heart peeing! Oh. Oh. That, sure is something. I'm glad we're sharing today. I guess. What the fuck? I caught a treasure chest. Cosmetic red shorts unlocked. Yo, I hate them. Free ball. Why am I naked? Why do you care? Day, save the prime sub. More W's, please. Another new chatter. What, Ether, why is your title just say gay? Who's playing my theme? Or a certain person similar to me's theme? Okay, well, that's not it. How long until results? It's dependent on the state. Jesus. Get that out of my face, you fuck. What the shit? Why did bro catch God?
Sneegsplode freaks, what a time this has been and what a time this will continue to be. Thank you for the comfort on a stressful night, Stinkman Sneak Dance.
The first polls close in about 40 minutes, but other places will take a couple more hours. So,
20 months.
Depending on the time zone in the state. But it's late enough to where like voting will start to come in. So polls will close randomly, but polling will start to come through, you know, throughout now and
that British freak kindlings here. I'm
etc.
wishing America the best of luck. I've seen so many people from around the world wish luck, and I'm now sending love from the UK's Sneak Love.
Thanks, man. Is there incentive to Yeah. The sound. Yeah. Aw, no colon 3 sound. Trying to get away from you guys? Yeah, I can't see shit. Oh my god. That's a lot of clicking. Sucks for this fish that I'm him. Give me that shit. Whoa! Holy ass. Yeah, damn. What the fuck? How'd I get here?
2 years, let's go. Also, if you haven't voted yet, go, go, go. Democracy needs you. The future needs you. We need you.
I need something to eat. Eventually. Yo. Biggs Dog, 10 subs. Oh my god.
Shark fact, there was a new species of hammerhead shark discovered like 2 months ago by researchers from University of Florida.
Oh, you guys can't see that. That's a good point. Let me move over. And my resub's in the way. Fucking god damn you, chat. You're always getting in the fucking way. Jack in a Box, thank you for the 8 months. New species of hammerhead discovered like 2 months ago. Wow. Loops, thanks for the 2 years. Big Dog, thank you for those 10 subs again. Very generous of you. I appreciate that, dude. Other person, thank you for the 20. Shanter, thank you for the 38. Kylie, thank you for the 4. 4 days, Prime sub, another new sub. More W's, please. Please and thank. Keep pressing H. What is H? Oh.
Yeah.
Fuck you. That one was mine. They stole my fish. If it's a good one, I'm pissed. You're. Oh shit. This is gonna be a big one. Oh shit. Oh. Easy. Big boy. Ow. Good to get away from it all and fish with the gays. Like, oh my god. Bro caught an octopi. I caught a grouper. In 30 minutes, Georgia Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia close. Georgia's the big one out of that group. This one's gonna suck. Got one click. Bruh. What? A branch? I think I need different bait. Yeah, that's why. I'm out of bait. I keep forgetting I have to like keep up with it. Gamba time. Double gamba. Let's see here. 1, 39, 31, or 7. Oh, 31? 25 bucks. I made it back. Damn. Okay. I made half my money back. 41, 48, 17, or 11. $10. Whee! I made some money back. I made most of my money back. But I still lost money. But I got dopamine. How much money I got? 300. What? Damn. What? This is the wrong place.
I've made it to the coveted 17 months away.
Ooh, fart time for tomato. Epic. Oops. Upgrade my tackle box. Okay. Very cool. What are we? Whoa. Warp. Narp? Nap? Shit.
Napkin Man, I have the mod that allows larger lobbies. Would you like me to send you the mod info, or I can open a big lobby for and give you the code to share? This way more chatters can get in for fishing time.
It's not a bad idea. Is it like a Steam Workshop thing? I don't even know where this person is. Oh.
Yo, 17 months. Thanks freaks for being so cool.
I mean, if you think it's easier, just tell me. But also, like, I've installed mods. I don't think it's that hard.
Two years is crazy. Genuinely thank you and the freaks for being an amazing community. I absolutely love it here.
Does everybody
Keep
need it or
doing
just
what
me?
you do, man. Doc care.
Damn, I get 3 clicks at a time now. That's sweet. Oh, a tuna. Hello? What the f- What is bro? Okay. Oops. The thumbnail is a character with a gun. Okay. That's fascinating. Okay, this is easy. The program itself is a mod manager. I can figure it out real quick. What's the name of the all right, fuck you guys, bye. What's the name of the mod?
Hope you're having a great day.
Oh yeah. It's great. Today's great. It's so fun. Knowing that the fate of the world is right now. Hee hee hee.
Holy hell, someone at my college recognized my Sneeg shirt. I'm shitting so hard and I'm so happy.
And you friends now? Correct? Game installation path. Here we go. Easy peasy. Local file. Tier 2 for 38 months. Thank you, M. Hey. Verify installation, download, net, whatever the shit. Hopefully this doesn't crash my stream somehow. You never know. Flamecat, thanks for the 20, dude. Constelios, thank you for the 20. Congrats on a new friend on your campus. Liz, thank you for the 2 years. Glitchy Ghost, thank you for the 17. Oh, fart month. Big. Okay. Okay. The mod is lure. Yeah? Anything else? Or is that what matters? Updates on the election? Not really. Not for the next like 20, 30 minutes. Polling is coming in from Indiana and Kentucky. Indiana's actually not too far off. I mean, both are leaning Trump right now, but Robert Kennedy has taken 0.5% of votes from both areas, from what this place is saying. Ridiculous. A lot of votes coming in from Kentucky and Indiana so far, but that's it. A lot of places closed later. So all I gotta do is install Lure.
Hello streamer man, currently studying for my engineering midterm, let's hope I don't fail.
JD Weaver, that was on the mod setup, or the HLS setup, so it's all good. Already did such. Yeah, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. did drop out, but he dropped out too late for some states. So he still appears on the ballot for some places. How many people? We're gonna slap 100 on and see what happens. How about that? Wow. Before I ask, or before I show this, there isn't a way for my IP to get grabbed from this, is there? I don't know why I'm even asking. Somebody's not going to say yes if that's their plan. They probably would have already gotten it, given I've already shown it a few times, or done this a few times. You guys don't need it. You guys do not need this to do it. Only I have to have it. Don't worry about it.
I'm from the Netherlands. I have to work in about 6 hours, but I can't sleep because of the elections for you guys.
We only added this title because a Slugcat ported the entire Skyrim map to Lure's map loader update as soon as the update dropped. Oh, that's funny. Classic. It's like installing Doom onto something as like a rite of passage. Why did this go away? My bad. Alright, here you go. That. There you go. XBB4B. Let's see how quickly 100 lobby fills up. Oh my god. It's me, Foxy FNAF. Okay, well, not as bad as I thought it might. I don't think this is going to go well, but that's okay. Oops. Can you mail me fish IRL? No. Hi, lady. What you doing? Okay. Bye-bye. That's all good. Bye-bye. Okay, thank you. Love you too. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Where did my fishing rod go? You're going to the Blues game? You bitch. Guys, where's my fishing rod? Did I soft lock? How would I have soft locked myself? One way to do it, which is when you do a scratch card. Oh, uh-oh. Uh-oh. And jump into the water with it and switch to a slot. I don't think I did that. I do not. No, I used both immediately. Can I have different rods? Can somebody just get me like the cheapest rod? Please not give me some crazy shit. I do not like handouts. You can get okay. Wait. This is Greg the Fourth. Please don't sell him. Anama Lucaris.
Just rebuy the game. Get a new rod. Simple.
I have $1,000 worth of alcohol. Also, you can have Greg the Fifth. No! I am Grincher. Thank you for your rod, Grincher. Blade fragments? Wait, what? Thank you for your rod?
Someone teach him how to get the spectral rod so he can fish again.
What the fuck? Oops. Beer? Hey, idiot. Okay. Who's playing that? I hear it. Oops. Oops. Is the lobby full? I actually have no idea. How do I even see the lobby? Oh. I don't think it's full, but there's a lot of people. What? Come back? What? 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 Ring box. Because I don't want your random stuff. I can't even see what all that is. We can get you a rod. Follow. Okay. I'm following. I'm following. Oh. Apparently I'm not. Do I jump? Do I go over the fishing hut, I'm assuming? Fuck. Here. Okay. Okay, I'm probably not gonna dive then. Sneak watch. Oops. Falls. Fuck. Okay, I did it. New creature, the spectral rib. You feel an otherworldly calling beckoning you. Hello? Oh, we gotta collect them all, okay. Lead the way. What is this?
Grincher is a known troll in the web phishing community. He got onto some of the Freaks servers.
Is that how he took and he stole my fishing rod, really?
Holy 17 months.
That's funny.
You know what that means.
The Grincher. Why do I have just like blades in my inventory? Is that him? Infinite. Did he give me infinite blade fragments? What the shit? I'm drinking this wine. The Grincher took my rod, bruh. Okay. Spectral femur. Alright, very cool. EP to spawn. Let me sell these blade fragments, if possible. I don't know why I went in here to do it. It just says I have 2. Anyway. Phasmo today? No, Phasmo's tomorrow. No, I'm not selling the bones. Calm down. I'm placing blocks and shit cause I'm in fucking Minecraft. Oh my god! Is that fucking pig? Because I am fucking Steve. I am fucking Steve. Okay, I see it right there. In place. What the fuck? Why did I go to the left? How'd that? What? What? Hello? I am placing blocks and shit cause bruh. Cause I'm in fucking Minecraft. Bruh. Cause I'm drunk? Oh. Bruh. Get out of my way! Oh my fucking... Oh my god! Okay, I got it. 2 more. Lead the way, compatriot. Oh, the blade fragments are gone. I didn't even sell them. But they were taken from me. Did the Grincher strike? Is he in here? No. Atlas, thank you for the 37. Space Jam, 17 months. Fart Time. Pied Piper, thank you for the 25. Callaghan, thank you for the 27. Megatron, 28. Why am I moving? Oh, I'm still drunk somehow. I didn't know I'd be drunk this long. 8 minutes? Oh my god. Stop thinking, generous viewers. I'm gonna shit on your porch. Next time you host, I'm gonna show up and I'm gonna fuck it up. I'm gonna steal your rod like the Grincher does, dude. I'm gonna Grincher you. Drink a bottle of water to clear the buzz. The bottle of water! I don't have one, so... I'm not gonna do anything with that. I feel like interacting with that letter is a way that it happens. Are these like scripts you guys can play to play the instruments, I'm assuming? I assume so. Otherwise, everybody's talented. Seven minutes, the first poll's closed, dude. Everything's fine. Totally fine here. Okay. Now what? Because I am fucking Steve. I am fucking Steve. What the fuck? Damn! Bro caught Moby Dick over there. Do I have $500? No, I don't have that much in my bank account. Oh, you mean in game?
41 months. There is absolutely
I have
nothing
$5.
else significant about this day. Smile.
And I drunkenly fell in the drink. Oops.
Hello Sneeg, I don't think I've watched any of your streams since 2022, so I
Wow.
hope you've been doing well.
I have been, dude. Thank you. I have a daughter. She's awesome. Someone's playing Zelda, I hear it. Oh. Bro is huge. Water. Wink. There you go. And I'm still buzzed. Eesh. Okay. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. What? Goodbye. Boing, 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 boing. Bitch is in the waterfall. Oh. Oh. Very cool. Well, thanks, chat. I did it. Nobody helped me. It was all me. I found this all on my own. It's time to fish. Wait, how much money do I have? That's a lot of money. Hold on. $25 back.
I'm a
Okay.
real farter.
Gamble, gamble, gamble. 19, 22, 33, 21. Okay, $10. Okay, $50. Ooh, yeah. Gambling's so cool. 440429. $100. 10. Wait, no. $50. Woo! I made my money back already and then some. This is huge. 3/9/1837.
Been here too damn long.
I'm loaded, bro. 7/48/42/9. Okay. Nothing on this one, but that don't even matter. I doubled my money. 22/6/14/39.
Hey Queef. My
Queef?
gender-neutral alternative to Queen and King. Who up fearing the election?
50
I'm
bucks.
over here casting my vote. I got ink
Holy
on my
shit.
ballot
I
right
went from
now.
170
I'm
to
just casting
500
my vote.
bucks.
I'm registered to vote as fuck man. I'm a voter man for real.
That was so sick. I buzzed. Does beer help me? Or do I just stumble around? 2 minutes till first... Two minutes till Georgia's poll closes. Oof. It messes up your in-game chat. Really? Small herring? What the... Oh. Wait. No. What?
I'm over here reeling my rod. I got bait on my rod right now. I'm just reeling in fish. I'm fishing like fuck man. I'm a fisherman like for real.
I guess I'm in the water. Lifeguard. Lifeguard.
Chat, everyone hold hands while we have this collective panic attack together.
Boomer just barked, and I think it's because he can somehow hear it. Can you quit snarling at me? I got a marlin. Holy shit, I caught the entire Florida baseball team. Election alert. Oh. 10 seconds till the first polls close. Oh my god. Real question is, what do we do now? Okay. Is map updated? Really? Shining flounder. Ooh. I caught a shiny. Am I nervous? Of course. I wonder how long it'll take for them to call Georgia. Ooh, a massive eel. Midwest emo fit. The red flannel. Oh, but updated. Florida's going red. Shocker. They're projecting Indiana. Called for Trump a month ago. The fuck you mean by that? Huh? They called Vermont, Indiana, and Kentucky already.
Wow.
I guess. Yeah, the pollings are like the voting is done. It doesn't mean that they're done counting. So it might take a while before we hear anything. Oh my God. Okay. These are 3 states that were expected to be. Indiana and Kentucky were expected to be red, and so was Vermont. So, or Vermont was expected to be blue. So it's like these aren't shocking ones. People are more curious about how Georgia's gonna lean. Boom, 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 boom. What the? Fucking lionfish. Get out of here. Hello, pood. They're putting me in a green screen. Every time I try to move my captions, they go back. I'm just gonna get rid of them so I can see this stuff. Votes being counted in Georgia right now.
19 months of freaking.
Oops. First big state's votes are being counted. I caught a. This is the tiniest fucking octopus I've ever seen. That's crazy.
I'm usually a lurker, but wishing all you Americans luck from over here in the UK. For the sake of you guys
Large
and also my
lobster.
queer friends, I hope the rotten orange doesn't win Lamau.
Ideally. The rain cloud means you catch exclusive fish. Ooh.
Mr. Snag, what is the website for the live map?
I'm not telling. I'm gatekeeping. Just kidding. theguardian.com/us-news/ng-interactive/2024. Something else. Just. I'm assuming you can look up just like theguardian.com interactive map. I gotta fucking pee. One sec. Yo, Augie, 49.
Yay 49 moths. Just got off work and finished voting.
I don't know how much I can pay attention to this anymore. I'm getting very like I need to watch the polling. Sadly enough. Boom. Boom 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 boom. Boom boom boom. Oh gosh, Kentucky is not close. No wonder they're calling that. Oof. Rain. Orion, tier 2 for 10 months. Thank you very much. Chaotic Sock, thank you for the 4 months. Shock, thank you for the 19. BT Gao, thank you for the 7. Rot, thank you for the 33. Adi, thank you for the
There were
28.
just bomb threats in
Snowspot, thank you for the
Georgia
41.
in Black
Atlas, thank you for the 39.
sites. They are evacuating.
Space Jam, 17. I think I already...
Hi Sneegsnag, thank you for streaming. Election nerves are going crazy here. Any
Hi Mayor, thank you for
15
15.
moths?
That's terrible if that's true. At the same time, didn't Georgia's polling just close?
Cat dance.
Oh, it stopped raining. I caught one fish and then the rain immediately left. Okay, that's... Alright. Extended certain Georgia counties. Yeah.
Have y'all watched The Wild Robot? I love it, SMICA.
I heard it was good. Thanks to the 33, bro. 33 tier 2-age. Huge. I doubt they're closing. I'm sure there's a lot of people trying to vote still, which they're allowed to do. Goldfish, Brett. Are we cooked? Not sure yet. Unclear. Florida is hilariously only like a 10% difference right now. I don't think it's going to stay that way, but she's winning in all the major cities, which is interesting. Florida's still got time, I'm pretty sure. Who gave me beer?
Got my mail-in confirmation earlier today. Yippee, hope everyone is doing okay today.
Georgia Blue? Maybe. Let's, I might close this for now so we can actually, like, pay attention, because polls are, like, really actually closing now. Like, results are actually trickling in, so I'm actually getting a little too curious, and I keep looking over and not really paying attention to this. So everybody say bye. Everybody in the lobby say bye-bye. Say bye-bye. Everybody say bye-bye. We'll definitely do this more. This is very fun. I think I need a day that I'm less distracted during, obviously. But that's cool that multiplayer mod works. I like that. That's great. Let's slap on the React channel. Go to here. Throw this up.
You're peeing.
You're peeing? Slap that down there.
My father is holding a watch party for this with all his Republican friends and gear. Having to hole up away from them lamau.
That a bit. Should we listen to music right now? What should we listen to? What's something a little relaxing? Classical bangers? Yeah, I mean, I would say an electoral watch party is wild, but that's essentially what we're doing right now. Isn't it? Baboosh. Pope Francis appears to accidentally bless the NFL's New Orleans Saints. What in the world? The hell's going on? That's what I want to hear about today. Let's go. All right, man. Oh, shit. Hold on. I've got it on the wrong audio.
Oh yes, Sneeg. Have you need the new Vatican mascot loose? Some
What?
of the design elements are based on crusades done in different countries. Krungo.
The Vatican has a mascot?
We await Arizona in a couple of hours from now. 11 electoral votes. We've got Gotti Schwartz there in Tempe, home to Arizona State University. Big lines there. A real split that you're seeing, that gender divide, Gotti.
Absolutely. Big lines. Big turnout here at ASU. This is the 75-foot line. That's where the line starts. And let's take a walk, because this line is about
Florida flipped to blue.
70,
last update.
7 minutes long if you're looking at the app. But the line extends all the way down, and you're seeing so many of these students turning out. You were just talking about that gender gap, and we've been talking to a lot of the students here, a lot of the female students. They say that they've been driven to the polls by the issue of abortion and the issue of how they think
over here,
Donald Trump treats women. And then you see a lot of males in this line, young guys here at ASU, many of them wearing those MAGA hats that have been given out along this line from organizers here. And they've been telling us that the reason why they're turning out is because of the economy, because of masculine identity. And they've also said, interestingly enough,
masculine identity.
People have been talking about the podcast wars here in this line. And Joe Rogan, that Joe Rogan podcast, the appearance. We were talking to a couple of guys just a little while ago. They said that they were open to the possibility of voting for Kamala Harris, but when the decision was made not to sit down with Joe Rogan, that influenced their vote. So it
What
wasn't
do you
necessarily
mean?
Economy for them.
He asked
but it
her
was
to
the
go to
idea
his
that,
place
that Harris was not going to
the
sit down,
same week
not gonna show what
elections
they said
ended.
was her
The fuck do
true
you mean, bro?
personality, and so that's why they decided to vote for Trump. Savannah?
All right, Gotti, thank you.
That's so
candidates have
dumb.
been courting Latino voters, a huge voting bloc, more than 36 million in the U.S.
We have Hallie Jackson here who's been looking at the exit polls and can drill down on that a little bit.
And the reason we're talking about Georgia here is because that is a state where the polls have closed, so we can report out some of this exit poll data. Again, 600 polling places all across the country. It's early vote, it's mail-in vote, it's in-person day of, but it is early, right? So these numbers could shift a bit. But what we're seeing in Georgia on the Latino vote is interesting. It is Kamala Harris who is winning the Latino vote, 56%, to Donald Trump at 42%. But interestingly, if you look at the comparisons, former President Trump is doing slightly better with Latinos in Georgia than he did
There's
in 2020.
5 million votes remaining. Let's relax a little bit.
And Jose, you know, and Savannah and Lester and Kristen, this is something the Trump campaign talks a lot about. They think that Donald Trump is going to do better than he did in 2020 with these demographic groups, including Black and Latino voters.
Well, let us bring Jose Diaz-Balart, our colleague, into this conversation because, you know, this effort to try to win over more Latino voters on behalf of the Trump campaign, it's never been about can we win the Latino vote. It's can we cut into her margins enough to make a difference, and are we beginning to see perhaps that strategy pay off?
Seven, I think the course set for the future of America tonight will have been chartered by Latino America. And we're not talking just about places like Nevada and Arizona, where 25% of the population, the eligible population to vote is Latino, but we're talking about Georgia, for example. 400,000 eligible voters are Latinos. We're talking about Pennsylvania, more than 500,000 eligible voters are Latino. And then, you know, Tom was just talking about Florida, 3.3 million Latinos are eligible to vote there. I think that it's
I found out today
was pronouncing the shit out of that.
Gerard Way of My Chemical Romance
strong is participating maybe in historic numbers tonight.
He is, yeah.
In the American democratic experiment, our American democratic
and what's
experiment.
driving that?
I think what's driving that is that there is no Latino vote.
How is Kamala the projected winner in Vermont with 0% votes in?
With vicissitudes
the fuck?
And
What does that
barriers
mean?
into what they see is the best future for their children
0%?
and for themselves. And so I think that what we're going to see in Pennsylvania tonight will have a direct
What are we talking about?
On what Latinos come out to say tonight. And in Arizona and Nevada, yes, but also in Georgia and in North Carolina.
Yeah, it's early on, but we're starting to see this flesh out a little bit. Jose,
this is how they do it. They go, oh, well, it does it every time, so surely.
Another round of poll closing, some big states at stake, including that former battleground, Ohio, and one of the newest battlegrounds,
XD.
North Carolina.
Ohio.
We are moments away from the polls closing in 3 more states, including battleground North Carolina.
President Trump has won this state twice.
We're going to win
Oliver,
North
Prime
Carolina.
sub. Thank you, bud.
Defeat Kamala Harris.
But this year,
North Carolina, we will win.
Kamala Harris is making a serious run for its 16 electoral college votes.
That'd be kind of crazy.
It all comes down to this.
Plus 2 major wild cards. Hurricane Helene decimating the western part of the state. And the Trump-supported candidate for governor.
Now to the scandal that's rocked the governor's race in North Carolina.
Isn't he losing?
And could have national implications.
A possible drag on the Republican ticket.
When will the president be fully decided? It'll be a while.
Vote count and new exit
It might be a second,
for the
man.
Tar Heel State as our decision desk gets ready to make new calls on the road to 270. So that sets us up for nicely Sam Brock.
Why are American news like this? Because they want people to watch.
This is a part of
It's sensationalized on purpose to get people to stay
hurt
and
by
be
Hurricane
glued.
Helene. And you're in Asheville now. What are you seeing there?
Sure, Savannah. So where we are right now in Buncombe County, which is
He did not win North Carolina by much either time. I mean,
3.6%
is a distance, but he barely won in 2020, I guess.
Nervous, whatever happens, we just gotta keep
not even
living
2% winning in that
and
one.
What's so interesting about this particular location is that it wasn't intended to be the voting site. In fact, the church that was supposed to be had helicopters delivering supplies, which is why they had to shift it. It's one of about 17 different locations in this county, Savannah, that had to shift shake things up. And as I talked to residents today, they basically told me they had a lot of confidence that the communication was good. They were able to find their location. And in Buncombe County alone, you had 116,000 people early voting, and then 25,000 more today. These were record numbers in terms of just the overall presence and the western part of the state's event. And this is really what I want to drive home. I would perform the rest of North Carolina when it comes to early voting. That was at 56.7% in Buncombe, 58%.
Oh, 2%'s in on Vermont now. Now they're
that exceeded 60%.
She's for sure got this.
People even came on election day. And I say all of this as you see cases of water over
2% of the votes in. Kamala has secured Vermont, everybody.
A snapshot of what's going on the ground right
Breaking
now.
news.
People don't have potable
Watching
water.
the world getting ready to burn while drawing furries and watching.
There's 8,000 votes in Vermont. They're already saying she wins. That's crazy.
These are all the things that are weighing on folks' mind as they're still voting. Now, we talked about North Carolina as a wild card, as it projects strength in terms of some of the turnout here in the rural communities.
2% sweep, bruh.
52% versus 41% for men. There was a big gap so far in early voting of women who were voting.
When do North Carolina polls close? I think in 6 minutes. If you close at 30,
we'll see how that plays out here.
Yep, 7:30.
All right, Sam Brock in Asheville, North Carolina, part of the region.
North Carolina's big,
so
Pennsylvania's big, and so is Arizona. They're showing all the big ones that are closing soon.
Tom Yamas, because this is the battleground in 2020 that Donald Trump actually won, and he wants to try to hold on to it.
Savannah was the only one that he won in 2020, but it was his closest margin of victory. Let's take a look at North Carolina right now, and I'll take you back to election.
I can't lie, guys. I might pop on RuneScape and do some AFK stuff on my account.
Right? He won it in 2016. He had a higher margin there. We go back to Romney. I want to go all the way back to Obama's first race. Obama won North Carolina, right? But since then, Republicans have been able to flip the state. But their margins have come down just slightly. I spoke with Governor Roy Cooper, the governor of North Carolina, who told me this is going to be their year. So how do they turn the vote out, and how do they flip North Carolina from red to blue? The three
slap that over here so you don't have to see it.
The first one is Charlotte, Mecklenburg County. This is a majority.
You don't need to watch. I'm going to be doing very mindless. I'm just going to be like crafting.
About 16%
I'm not going to do anything useful.
About
don't worry about it.
Black voters there. They have
just giving my body something to do so I don't bite my nails.
This is the population center here, which is known as the Research Triangle. The capital, Raleigh. You have schools like NC State in Raleigh. Just next door in Durham, you have Duke. And then right next door to that in Orange County, you have UNC Chapel Hill. And finally, the Triad. A lot of people
I've seen furry art of Kamala and none of Trump. I think that
you have
says
places
enough.
like Greensboro and High Point, Winston-Salem, along with those historically black universities.
Where's my furry art? I want to be a beautiful fox.
Well, look at the state. You see how red it is. And here's the issue. It's one of the most rural battleground states. So Trump has to run up that rural vote. And then you were just talking to Sam Brock about the issue of hurricanes. Those are the hurricane counties right there. A lot of them are Trump country, with the exception of Asheville, Buncombe, where you have Appalachian State over here, where Boone is. Those
Reminder
are Trump
that this is not a race. It's already decided they just need to count them. The stats coming in should not affect her vote or whether you vote. Anyway.
My chest has got me mining.
Yeah, they haven't.
On my
they don't
chest
really count the early voting until now as well. So, like, I forget. Do early votes count? Do they count early voting first or later? I think they count the absentee and early votes after the day of votes, right? I don't remember how they do it.
Anxious and low-key stressed. I'm distracting myself with Minecraft MCCI parkour and watching a chili as it reduces. Also, can I send you my ref sheet? I'd kill if you're just doodling or not.
Are you talking to me? What? For what? I'm not doodling, I'm playing RuneScape. What a time to be alive, chat. Huh? Absentee votes get counted a day before in Michigan. I doubt they really publicize much beforehand, though. I'm sure it'll get. I'm sure they kind of trickle it in together.
Queet.
What is happening?
Donald, I can queet like no other. Joe Biden can't queef like I can. Call me a balloon, cause I be squeaking.
You queef so good, but not as good as my pookie wookie Mr. Joe Biden. He farts so huge. I love inhaling his poopy farts. They're so smelly. Sorry. My fault.
North Carolina Crow here. A lot of my family voted for Kamala, including me.
Nice.
A lot of Republicans, that I know, here don't like Trump anymore due to COVID and also how he did
Virginia
Hurricane
turned
Helene
blue on the
shit.
map.
I have hope.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't do anything. He just blamed Biden's inability to help and then told the Republicans in the Senate to basically shoot down any relief bills because he wanted them to look bad. That's, yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, this goes back to the stuff I was talking about, how like presidents running will sabotage the other party near election
4 months,
time to
Poppers.
have leverage.
How are we feeling today?
He told them to push against the border bill that they tried to pass a couple months ago, and then said that they were doing nothing about it. And then he did the same to relief for Hurricane Helene.
Finally, enough points
because
for
he knew North Carolina was going to be a battleground state this year because he only won it by like not even 2%.
Streams. Though the future is uncertain, I'm glad that this safe space will still be here no matter what the next 4 years holds in store. It's good to be back smiling.
In West Virginia with 4 electoral votes. Here's where it puts us on the road to 270. Donald Trump out in front with 23-3.
Oh my God.
Kamala Harris.
Polls just closed
the
in
red
a handful
wave.
of states. Here are ones that we cannot call yet: Ohio and the battleground of North Carolina, which we've been talking about. Here's our projection at this hour. Too early to call, just not ready.
Awesome.
To release
Great
any
projection,
information
guys.
about that yet. Georgia is also
Our
too early
projection
to
is that
call.
it's
Polls
still going
closed
on.
about a half hour there now. And
Thanks,
we do
guys.
have a projection. This has to do with the United States Senate.
That's not a
West
fucking
Virginia,
projection.
the
That's you being like,
winner is Jim Justice, as expected.
Oh,
He
shit.
will
I don't know
go
who
to
that
the
is.
Senate. This is a pickup for
Jim.
Republicans. This was a long time held seat by Senator Joe Manchin, who was a Democrat, then an independent, but still caucused with the Democrats. Well, now the Republicans have picked up 1 Senate seat. As I turn to the table here, and Kristen, just so people understand, right now it's Democrats who hold a very narrow lead in the Senate, but they're looking to, the Republicans are looking to flip that tonight. They need a net pickup of 2 seats. They just got 1.
They just got 1, so it is significant. We are looking at, and this was expected, as you say,
My fart
Governor
was
Jim
significant.
Justice winning that seat. So they now turn to the state of Montana. They turn to the state of Ohio. Sherrod Brown looking for a 4th term there. He has gotten
Breaking
a pretty
news. Georgia's
fierce
too close to
challenge
call,
from,
so we have nothing to tell
Trump-backed
you.
Former car dealer Bernie
Keep
Moreno.
watching.
So we'll see how that pans out. But one of the things, just zooming out a little bit, a lot of these Senate races
Jesus, these
have
are rough
gotten
pictures,
a lot
bro.
closer in recent weeks. Democrats who felt somewhat comfortable as we've gotten closer to Election Day have seen that margin really narrow. And again, this brings us back to this discussion of split ticket voters. In 1988, 17 states had different people vote for president versus Senate. That was down to 1
Remember,
state
chat, they
last year,
count
the
the
state
red
of
vote
Maine, when
first,
Susan
and if you're
Collins
up,
won,
panicky,
but the
take
state went
breaks
for
and
Joe
play a
Biden.
video
So we'll have
game
to
or
watch
read
that
book,
very
and
closely,
also
but again,
remember there
we're
are
expecting
people
that
out
result.
there who are on your
Ticket
side.
splitting has
You are
become
not
more
alone. It's gonna
rare
be
in
okay.
the Trump era.
3% in Vermont. She's going to win it. Let's go.
Where people might vote for a different party for president than they do for the Senate.
So funny.
That's one of the things we'll be watching.
She's sure Victor here. She's locked down 3% of Vermont.
That's right. So now that North Carolina
She's locked
polls
down
have closed, I wanna talk you through
8,300
some of what we're
votes
seeing from
as
these
opposed to
exit
Trump's
polls numbers,
4,000.
And it is interesting.
She's locked
here, right?
in.
First, we're going to take a look at the non-white vote in North Carolina. These are the black
Okay.
voters, including Latino voters that Tom was talking
Whoa.
about in some of those key
Nice.
counties in North Carolina. As expected, Vice President Harris is winning non-white voters based on these early exit poll numbers. But take a look at Donald Trump here. He's got that 25% slice of the pie. Let me show you the comparison. He is outperforming where he was 4 years ago with non-white voters in North Carolina. He was at 19% in 2020. However, two things are also true here. Let me show you white voters here. And we can see
all the votes are in as well.
That are like he's for they slash
winning
them.
with white voters
Not
at
you.
61%.
It's so fucking
Kamala
funny.
Harris at 39%. But again, take a look at the
that margin
comparisons
cut as
to
well.
2020. She is actually outperforming where President Biden was back in 2020. She is doing better with white voters in North Carolina.
My goodness.
So you might look at that and you might go, as we take a walk back.
So
to the desk
basically
here,
what we're
might
telling
go,
you
okay,
is
well, those two
nothing.
things, do they balance out? Not really, because white voters make up a larger share of the electorate in North Carolina.
So
than non-white
so it
voters.
is
she
a
might be
bigger
willing
deal.
to make that trade, essentially.
It is a
All
bigger
right,
deal that
thanks.
she
I
did
want
that
to go
then,
back
I
over to
guess.
Tom. Tom, you've got some more information in Florida, but before you get into that, just to be clear, there's 2 poll closing times in the state of Florida.
Essentially,
it's what
fuck
we call a
you.
split poll closing. So on the eastern portion of
Next
the
to the 29
state,
Boston.
we have data coming in because the polls have closed there. We can tell you about
Do you know
the
they
data.
got 5 scrat,
And some of the
30?
further parts of
Man,
Andy
this
Coy,
is
thank you for
such
the
a
9. Hey, Bale,
nice,
thank you for the 11.
relaxing night
Oliver, thank you
with
for the prime sub.
nothing
Thank you for the 7
stressful
free
going on.
Oliver.
Wait another 30
In
minutes.
wine.
I want to show you
Gotta give you the 4.
somewhat surprising.
Kelly
It may
with 50,
surprise
PG,
you
thank you for
if
39,
you
Molly
watch
Lemon, thank you for the
presidential
16,
elections and follow
Schnurnian, thank you for
election nights
33.
like this one. So Donald Trump right now.
Edie Bugs, thank you for the 9, Famira, thank you for 15.
He's up 55% in Miami-Dade
having a
County.
great
Again,
time.
this is where Democrats find their votes in the state of Florida. Biden won Miami-Dade County by 53. They've now flipped those numbers. This is pretty astonishing when you think where Hillary Clinton was in 2016. 63%, 53. Now tonight, 55. Again, there's still 73% of the vote left. This shouldn't be a complete shocker because Governor Ron DeSantis won Miami-Dade.
You know what I heard? There's some stuff going around basically saying that a bunch of old people moved to Florida from elsewhere and might have made other states flip because of it, which is kind of funny to think about. So Florida might be resoundingly red, but it's possible that enough people went that they like changed other states. That's what somebody was saying.
Biden was at 61.
I think it's funny.
So this means she's overperforming in the exact counties where she needs to find those votes. Let's look at another county here.
Atlanta's
right
not
now,
even in
Gwinnett,
yet.
We don't have any vote just yet in. Rockdale County, this is another big one. She's at 75%. Biden was at 69. So she's overperforming right now in some of these counties in the Atlanta metro region. Again, guys,
that's
this
not
is where
even
she has to
Atlanta.
drive up her vote. If she can expand the map, scale the Democratic vote there, they can hold Georgia. You remember this was such a close race 4 years ago. Any votes they can find in that Atlanta region is going to help them. Guys?
All right, Tom, thank you so much. We've got
the electoral college is fucked up
today.
and nonsense.
We also want to ask them what they're thinking of some of these early returns.
You had a huge thing Republican fans complain about, and it's like, okay, let's get rid of it. I'm sure it'll go in your favor.
Tom just talked about. You had the story in Miami-Dade where it's potentially a big victory in that county. Signs perhaps that that outreach to the Hispanic vote is working for Donald Trump, and yet in Georgia you're starting to see some of that suburban vote.
4% in Vermont. She won.
Kamala Harris.
No, I think that's right. Look, Florida is. I think Democrats are going to look back.
They straight up just wanted something on the board for her, so people didn't freak out. That's exactly what they did.
Since the campaign,
because nothing else has been claimed for her because these ones were first, like the 3 confirmed red ones.
State. I think we've taken those resources.
So they're like, okay, we'll just say she has Vermont because it's probably going to happen, and then people won't be so scared because she has 0. Got to be what they did.
It's a state that
Block of Bree, thank you for the prime sub. W's, another new freak. A lot of you today. Thank you. Welcome.
We bring in Mark Lauder,
Dumbass Plant,
Strategic Communications in the Trump 2020 re-election campaign, former spokesperson for Vice President Pence. Mark, give us your view as we wait for a call in North Carolina.
0% in projected winner
right now thinking.
Right now, they're looking at turnout.
What is
I think
fucking
really
happening?
For both sides, it's going to be all about
So
turnout.
dumb.
Do you get your voters out? I've seen some.
I get these places have been like historically one way or the other, but still,
that turnout is not
such
where
nonsense.
it needs to be in the urban areas for Kamala Harris. It's overperforming in some of the rural areas, including the hurricane.
Thank you for providing a safe space for
so I think that's a
people.
good
I
sign
genuinely
for
really
President Trump. We're
appreciate
gonna
it,
have
Doc.
to see how that plays
kind of why I
out.
wanted to do it, man.
Another thing I'm watching,
I'm
and
glad.
I know Tom alluded to it with Miami-Dade, but I also looked at Hillsborough County, Tampa Bay in Florida. It was both Hillary and Biden, both a +7. Right now, it's only Kamala +1.
And Hillary Clinton actually did some campaigning there for this particular election as well. Mark and Cornell, thank you. We'll be back.
It was
early and
+7
often as we
after
go
it was
along here.
over.
And we will take a break here. I think we're going to come back with more on the make or break.
It's so ridiculous
Pennsylvania as
sometimes.
the polls get ready to close there.
It's so crazy. It just started, and she's barely making headway.
as half of the state is still empty and not accounted for. It's looking really dangerous for her. Hopefully we can sit here and conjecture the whole rest of the way while everything else comes in, and then we'll have hindsight bias immediately afterwards. Very cool. Back to you. Everybody should start shitting themselves. Half of this 4% of Vermont is in, and Kamala's definitely the winner. Like, what are we talking about?
I know I'm usually a crackhead here and I use my TTS for crazy shit, but I genuinely wanted to say thank you to chat and you. As a woman, if I'm honest, I am so nervous and scared.
As a woman.
I can only hope for the best. Hopefully I don't have another panic attack.
I want the best
up.
for you as well. As a woman. As a man, I respect a women.
Less than 3.
Thanks for the 42 unoriginal. Player at 10 with a tier 1 sub, another new freak. W's, another new one. Damn, that's like almost 10 today. Chat, this is a great time to remind you that I will take any and all Prime subs you have remaining or laying around. Ads do play on here because I have a family that I like to financially support, being this my full job and the main source of our income. So if you have a free Prime sub, you get one every month with your Amazon Prime account. If you connect to your Twitch, I would gladly take it. If you have it available, you can just hit the subscribe button in the bottom right corner of your screen and see, it'll show you that you have a free Prime sub to use in a little checkbox when you click it. Or I'll take a tier 1 sub
Sneak,
or anything else you can look
map
for.
Are you using? Can find one I like, but yours looks nice.
I'll take anything you're using. You can anything you can offer. It's all appreciated, and if you can't do anything, ads will play, and that's how you can. So, what election map am I using? The Guardian.com one.
There isn't enough stimulus on screen aside from the polls map. Sneg, show some RuneScape mods. Get some Subway Surfers.
I'm not doing anything on RuneScape. I'm literally blowing glass to level up my crafting. I'm literally doing mindless work right now. Don't worry.
11 Wiz using.
There you go. Very cool. Appreciate it, you guys.
2 months, yippee.
Thank you very, very much.
Thank you for providing a space that we can all watch safely in. I'm listening while I study for midterms, but you are making this process more bearable. Thanks for providing a safe space.
Yeah, bro. Do I have a blue sky? I do. It's sneegsnag.com. Ooh, can one of my mods put that on the socials command? I don't think that's on there. Paulina, thanks for 3 months. Swamp, thank you for 3 months. Jinxies, thank you for the 2. Cat Like Tadpole, thank you for the 2. Fwidge, thank you for the 2. Habastus, 5 subs gifted out. Chat, did you W for that? That was very nice of you. Camo Mill T, thank you for the 13. 99 Kai, thank you for the 32. Here comes more conjecture.
Either candidate in terms of making
this is what we're expecting, and we're leaving out all the battleground states to keep you stressed out and glued to our news.
North Carolina was the only battleground state he won in 2020. So let's give him North Carolina. If he holds North Carolina, he flips Georgia and Pennsylvania. He gets to 270. That's his easiest path. But Lester, if he can't win North Carolina, his whole map changes. And why do I say that? Because he can no longer win just 3 states. He has to win 4. He can do it by winning Pennsylvania and Georgia and keeping the blue wall, or I should say,
can't
tearing
change
down the blue wall,
anything.
Michigan and Wisconsin. If he can't go there, he has to go out west and win both Nevada and Arizona. That puts him over the top. But again, without
Remember,
North
chat,
Carolina,
take care
for
of
his
yourself.
scenario, he needs 4
Stay
states.
safe and to even
I will say that these interactive maps they use are very cool.
Away.
They're very cool
loved,
to look at.
You are cared for, and hope is still alive.
The way that they can zoom
hunt.
into like the county lines and the jurisdictions and look at all of them. This is a very cool thing that they can do during these.
This is where I'm gonna get my info for the night. Thanks for streaming.
So if she can take North Carolina, the Trump team gets much more nervous.
What I'm here for, man.
The Democrats become much more optimistic because she's won out.
Dude, I'd be clicking this shit out of this like crazy.
And pick off a state out west or hold it. She's going to be the president.
All right, Tom, let's go back to Savannah.
We talk a lot about the blue wall. Wisconsin is a big part of it, and our correspondent Shaquille Brewster is in Milwaukee with some
2% of North Carolina's in. She's way ahead. How's that not been called?
Ballot counting. Hey, Shaq,
they called Vermont earlier. I did see the Onions skit.
Hi there, Savannah. I want to first start with what we're seeing at these polling locations because locations are open for about another hour. I want to let you go inside. I can't go inside and report, so I'll let our camera go inside there now where we've seen a steady flow of people. At this location, there was a line that went on for more than an hour this morning. You see things have slowed down a bit. The reports from around the state is that the vote process is going smoothly, but where we are seeing hiccups is with the vote counting. We just learned from the clerk in Milwaukee downtown where they are counting all of the absentee ballots and early votes at once that the city of Milwaukee had to restart the processing or counting of those absentee ballots. They say an observer saw that while the ballot tabulators were sealed, the door wasn't properly closed on them. And after going through with the bipartisan team and making sure that nothing was tampered with, the city, out of an abundance of caution, decided to restart counting all of those absentee ballots. What this means is that as we expect results from this battleground state of Wisconsin, you're going to have to wait a little bit longer.
I bet she'll grab North Carolina too. I'm with you. I bet she'll grab it. He barely won it last time. And he really fucked over people during Hurricane Helene by trying to get people to like stop them from posting relief bills. And I don't think anybody in there is not aware of it. There's not going to be a lot of North Carolinians that aren't aware that he did that, who were affected.
Later tonight, guys.
All right, Shaq Brewster.
They didn't close the door. The door of the voting thing, I think, is what they were saying.
I want to go back to the table here. Hallie, you've been looking at some of the exit polls. I think you've got some North Carolina information and some interesting results.
Or maybe they did mean of the building in case some people didn't come in.
The conventional wisdom on its head. So let's talk about that specifically as it relates to these age groups. We know, right, the Biden coalition in 2020 that propelled him to the White House involved young voters, right? And for our purposes, young is 18 to 29 in North Carolina. And I want to show you here. You can
I'm still a young voter. Let's fucking go.
You can senior vote here.
Yes!
Former President Trump won those older voters. That is not unexpected. His campaign has long thought that he would do well with seniors. But here's what's interesting. Look at Vice President Harris. She's got 47% of the senior vote. She's doing better than President Biden did with seniors in 2020 in North Carolina. So she is outperforming where he was 4 years ago. Then you look at that youth vote, right? Again, not unexpected.
Voting is not fucking done. So, like, what are we talking about?
Very close.
None of this matters.
Numbers to come in, more of these waves, as they're called, from the exit polls, but still interesting. But again, look at 48% for former President Trump. He is outperforming among young voters in North Carolina. So you have that kind of conventional wisdom.
Aren't even fully counted
to a degree that we thought they'd win, but each of them are overperforming
on
the sort of flip end of that.
Right, well,
so, like, what are we talking about?
Yeah, so we've only counted 15% of that state, but she is
I absolutely have.
She is trailing in this population's voting poll, even though literally 75% of the state still hasn't been accounted for. This is getting really concerning for her, as we don't even have a quarter of the county voted in yet.
They support him. That is up from 42% that voted for him in 2020. Whereas with Harris,
you might as well kill yourself right now.
Better than Biden did with women. 65% saying that they support Harris in this exit poll, when 58% actually supported Biden.
Is that just North Carolina, or is that a national
That's just
poll?
North Carolina. That's
fucking
North
hate these
Carolina.
people, dude.
This is so cool.
North
Stream
Carolina's
about
really
when our
interesting to me
Biden and
because
Obama
It's so concerning how Kamala doesn't have a majority of this vote like Biden did after the polls ended and everything was counted for with Biden. Even though only 10% of the state's reporting. I mean, it is very concerning for her, Smile. Even though 90% of the state still hasn't shown up and been counted for.
On several campuses, which was not the case prior. We're also seeing this kind of play out to be what we're seeing with that young men appeal for Trump.
Only a quarter of Kentucky's been put in, but we're just going to give it to him.
Continues throughout the night. We heard Gotti mention like those podcast appearances earlier in the night.
What the fuck is going on?
Logan Paul, things like that. This seems
to be. What the fuck are we talking about, Logan Paul, dude?
It continues in other battlegrounds.
And just
I like my cheese moldy, bruh.
Vote is the Harris campaign tonight touting the fact that they have Paul Paul Rudd, for example, out trying to
Let's
energize
just hope it isn't
college
another
voters
Bush and
in
Al Gore
Pennsylvania.
2000
Jennifer Garner
situation.
as well.
Keep them in line.
Keeping stay in
I sure hope
line.
not.
Mark Cuban is FaceTiming voters in a 4-hour line at UNC
Exactly.
Chapel Hill right
It
now.
speaks to how close this race continues to be as these results come in. On the other hand, you have
Where's
the
my
Trump
shout out?
campaign saying, hey,
Where's my shout
we're
out?
seeing good turnout in Philadelphia. Yes, in the Trump areas. We'll have to see how that
I'm
actually
like-
bears
I'm
out
famous
when
like
we
Paul
start to
Rudd,
get
right,
results
guys?
in Philadelphia. But it does speak to the fact that there's a real focus on this epicenter and on young voters.
And when we talk about young men in particular, and to the point that you're making here at the table, that the Trump campaign has really looked to turn those young men out, they're not typically the people who show up to the ballot box every 4 years. They're what's called those low propensity voters we've been talking
8%
about.
of Vermont,
I
she
will tell
won
you
it.
that the
This
Trump campaign
sucks.
feels like they've
Poo,
been doing a
poo,
pretty
pee,
good
pee.
job trying to turn those, not always voters into voters
Very
at
cool,
least
thank
this
you.
cycle, because for them, that's one of the big keys. If they can get this demographic out to the ballot box to actually show up, whether that was early or whether that's now, they're feeling like they're going to have some wind at their back.
It's,
Oh my
you take a
God.
step back, the story of this election
My
is the
nephew
gender
got
gap. It's
my
the battle of the
brother-in-law's
sexes election,
shaver and
whether you
shaved
wanna
the
say
bald
it's
spot on
young
his
men
head.
or senior women, it's men and women. If Trump turns out more men, he wins. If Kamala Harris turns out more women,
He looks like
she
a
does. It's
friar.
kind of as simple as that.
No doubt about
It's
it. And
literally
what's
in the
so
middle of his head. He
fascinating
looks
is
like
the
a
Trump
friar,
campaign
bro. I can't
tried
show
this
it because I
sort of
can't
unusual,
show that. But
unconventional
that's so
tactic to get
funny.
out the vote,
It's
which is to
literally like a
outsource
right
it to
here.
Elon
So he's got
Musk,
like
to
his
other
bangs,
outside
and it's
groups.
just like a
And
bald
they were
spot in
quite
the middle.
bullish heading into tonight, saying, look, we feel good about this decision.
And remember, the
That's
Harris
so
campaign was
awesome.
concerned about black men as well. I mean, they brought in President Obama to make the case.
Obama.
Any evidence right now how that appeal has translated into votes tonight?
Well, that's one of the things that she has talked about on the campaign trail.
4% is in West
Not too
Virginia.
long ago, and she feels like
There's a
she needed to earn every
7%
single one of
difference,
those
and they're
black
giving it to
male
Trump.
votes just as much as Joe Biden would have. That's why you saw her. We talk about podcasts doing
Like
like an
what?
NBA podcast, a football podcast. Sure, she did call her daddy to try to reach out to those young women. That's the name of course, that very popular podcast with women. But she also was trying to extend an olive branch to men. I would just say this: two things are true.
Call Her Daddy is a
Kamala Harris,
podcast, guys.
let me say it this way. Donald Trump is doing better with men based on public polling right now than Kamala Harris is doing with women, though that gap exists.
Oh my fucking
But
God.
also remember that historically, women have turned out more than men in every election dating back to 1980. And so that is going to be one of the big key factors into tonight.
And that's
Sending
why that
intense
moment with
energy
Donald,
from
with
Britain.
former President Obama was so
Thank
significant when
you.
he called on men
To the
not
five, bro.
to stay at home.
Resting
All right.
Quill.
Well, just a few minutes
Prime
later
sub.
from a
Welcome to the
big
Freaks.
batch
Give me
of
some more
poll
W's,
closings
please.
at 8 o'clock Eastern time,
Ender John, thank
including
you for the 4
one that
months. Some guy
everybody
Liam, thank you for the
is
9.
watching.
Paulina, thank you for the 3.
Pennsylvania.
Swap,
We'll be
thank you for the
right
3. Okay. More polls close in 10 minutes. There's a break. I'm going to go piss and find something to eat downstairs. It's so crazy to me that like literally not even a quarter of a state is accounted for. And they're like, yeah, he's going to be the projected winner. She wins this state, even though we've been reporting 8% of it. It's a pretty clear victory. What? She's also trailing with women voters right now, even though only 10% of Georgia has been accounted for. I mean, it's really concerning for her. No! We're not even done! Ah! Yeah! I gotta pee.
Hello, I've been busy recently and I've been able to catch a stream. Good to be back. Chat, if you were a dragon in Wharf, what tribe would you be?
Ooh.
The race could all be Stone State.
Oops.
Pennsylvania is extremely crucial.
If Vice President Harris loses this state,
Oh, North Carolina is significantly blue right
her
now.
path to 270 narrows significantly.
We're going to win
Which state?
Pennsylvania.
So, Pennsylvania, are you ready to make your voices heard?
We're standing by for the first vote count and new exit poll
Obama.
information from this critical battleground as our decision desk gets ready to make new calls on the road to 270. All right, getting ready for Pennsylvania. NBC's Stephanie Gosk is in Philadelphia. Stephanie, this is where the Harris campaign really needs to ramp up those turnout numbers. What are you seeing?
Yeah, they really do. Well, it's calming down here in Northeast Philadelphia. This is kind of a working class, diverse community. People still getting in under the wire in these last few minutes. But the big question, Savannah, afterwards is how long is it going to take to call the state of Pennsylvania? 4 years ago, it took until Saturday. I was on the phone with the former Secretary of the Commonwealth talking about the challenges.
I remember we were just sitting on our living room and they called it randomly during the morning or some shit.
That was what slowed the process down. And it was a new process for people in this state.
Red Fox, the Prime sub, another new freak, more W's. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
There are fewer mail-in ballots.
Dumble Frog 21, Fishy 5. Thank you very much.
And more people, but the optimistic outlook from election officials we have spoken to is that the majority of those mail-in ballots won't be fully processed until Wednesday night into Thursday morning. And
Wednesday night? Fuck.
As tight as it was 4 years ago when Joe Biden won by about 80,000 votes.
I got some chips to chew on until I'm full.
Crucial to make the
I don't feel like making anything. The music?
Yeah,
my bad.
Some of these big jurisdictions like Philadelphia, Stephanie, now they have election workers who are prepared to work all night and count all night.
Doesn't that make you just want to watch and vote?
No. We'll check back with you a bunch. We have got Tom Yamas over at the big board, and you're still getting vote in from Georgia and North Carolina, two big pieces of the puzzle.
Yeah, and I want to talk about Georgia right now because North
Solar
Carolina
Haley, tier 1 sub. More W's, another new freak.
Let's look at Georgia because I think what is happening
here. Who are you people?
When we talk about Kamala Harris and her chances, she's overperforming Biden in some of these counties around the Atlanta metro area. I'm going to move the map over this way.
Lots of new subs today. Hell yeah.
This is where Biden was at 2020. Here's where Harris is tonight, 76% in. You can see she's overperforming there. We come to this other county, Clayton County. Again, these are the suburbs of Atlanta, those ring counties around
Atlanta city is still not even
for Biden, 85
being tabulated yet.
That high watermark. We move over to Rockdale. Look at this. 69% for Biden,
Bevo,
75%
so months,
tonight
Ezra,
for Harris.
23, thank you.
They're looking at these numbers tonight, and again, there's still a lot of vote out, but they're looking at these numbers tonight, and they're telling themselves this is the kind of rhythm they want for the rest of Georgia throughout the night. Only 25% of the vote is in. Trump is way on top, but again, 25% of the vote is in. Remember, we can show you guys where the vote is out, these giant bubbles. The bigger the bubble, that's how many votes still have to be counted. So you can see a lot of the rural counties, a lot of them are coming in. There's still some in the rural county that are out.
My God.
The big area, remember, 50% of the vote is going to come around the Atlanta metro region. Let's also talk about
So why is that one
guys,
too early to call? But Vermont reports 8, and they're like, yeah, it's done.
And remember this, 2020, Joe Biden wins the state. It is going to be the keystone state and the key to the election tonight. Trump won it in 2016. The difference, about 40,000 votes. In 2020,
Been here
he wins by
since
about
junior
80,000
year
votes.
of high
Biden does.
school,
The
and now
interesting
I'm
that
in
has
my
happened, and
second
we've learned a
year
lot
of
about
college.
Philadelphia, the counties around Philadelphia,
Damn.
places like Chester,
It's the fourth.
places like Montgomery County. Those people in the know call it Munco. We'll talk to Hallie about that, as well as Kristen Welker as well. Delaware County, Delco, and Philadelphia County. This area right here, this makes up about 30% of the vote for Pennsylvania. We're going to be watching what happens here. What's interesting that happened here in 2020, so Biden actually underperformed
Ohio's so blue.
but he overperformed in those suburbs. So we'll be watching what happens there. You also have these swing counties here, the Lehigh Valley, Monroe County, part of the Poconos, Northampton, and Lehigh. Lots of Hispanics there. We're going to see what happens.
Ohio's
and we're so honored to
shifted
have
blue.
both Kristen and Hallie, people who know about Wawa.
Holy shit.
They know about
Half of Cleveland's not even reported.
Come on. How good is Wawa?
Phillies.
Always,
the best.
always.
But Tom, you forgot to ask them
Hoagies.
cheesesteaks with
Oh
or
my God.
without?
Wit.
Okay,
Whiz without, babe.
Okay.
Whiz without.
All right. Well, we have a lot of time just to do Philly talk. We won't leave Pittsburgh out, but we got we're coming up.
You
on
got to
poll
get a
close.
cheesesteak with
21
everything, bro.
seconds until the top of the hour.
Crazy to get it without.
We're going to hear from about 17 states here.
What website? Guardian.com.
Election
Guardian.com.
alert as we stand by in the drama building now because as we've
Sunday,
been
David
talking
36,
about, we're
hoodie,
gonna
David
see
20.
Pennsylvania. Those are the other states that the
Ooh,
poll
3
closings
seconds.
are about to occur in fact,
PA's
about 1
closed,
second.
bro. Look at all
And we'll
the
be able to get
those all just
characterizations
closed.
for you here in just a moment. We'll look at those 8 o'clock poll closings. Here's an NBC News projection.
Surely my
State of
home
Florida,
state of Missouri
NBC News
will
projects that
help.
Donald Trump will win Florida and take its 30 electoral votes. The state of Massachusetts, Kamala Harris, the projected winner tonight with 11 electoral votes. Donald
Okay,
Trump, the
but
projected
you have-
winner in Tennessee tonight. 11 electoral
Don't
votes
listen
there.
to any of this.
In the state of Maryland, NBC News
This is
projects that will go
conjecture.
in the Kamala Harris column.
None of this is
We'll
actually
move on to the
confirmed.
state of Missouri, NBC
They're-
News projects that
this
Donald
poll
Trump
just
is
closed.
the victor
They're
in
just saying
Missouri
ones
when
that they
all the votes
expect.
are counted. Here's what Alabama looks like. That
Jesus
will also
Christ,
go
I am praying
to
for the
Donald
Ohio
Trump.
3
State of
Cs
Oklahoma,
and T
this
to
will
pull
be
through.
projected to go to Donald Trump. And in D.C., District of Columbia, 3 electoral votes at stake.
Ohio
NBC
turning
News
blue would be
projects that
crazy.
Kamala Harris will win there. So where does it leave us now? In the
I already
road to
said if Texas
270?
turns blue, I'll do
Here
a
it is,
24-hour
90 for
stream.
Trump right now, 27 for Harris, 270, of course, the magic number and the keys to the White House.
But we await calls in those all-important battlegrounds, and there are still outstanding states. Just as polls closed at 8 o'clock, we will wait for New Jersey, Illinois, Connecticut, and, of course, Pennsylvania as well. Let's show you what we can right now in Pennsylvania. No surprise here. It is too early to call. North Carolina, same story.
why are
They
we
do count
fucking
faster,
talking?
But not fast enough to call it. It's still too early to call.
So
Just
why are we
5% of the
talking
vote
about this?
in Georgia, we're seeing a lot more of the vote, but still too early to make a projection. Let's go to Tom, who's
So
starting to look
fucking
at some
insane.
of the numbers here, and I see you've got Virginia
These are the
up
14
there,
said.
which is a potential
Artemis, 2
bellwether,
months.
something that
It
might
is.
give us some indication about
0% in.
Yeah, and it's a state that we can look at.
What
to
are we
see how
talking
the
about?
Suburbs are going to perform across the country. I know a lot of you guys know the D.C. area very well. 30% of the vote is going to come from these northern suburbs. It's a
Holy
good
shit,
barometer to
Texas
know
is
also
reporting blue.
How Harris is doing with suburban women. So let's go to 2020 to compare here. So Prince William County, it looks like Harris is slightly down with 75% of the vote in. This one stood out to me. 95% of the vote is in Loudoun County right
Only
now.
about 1 million
Biden
votes are
was
in,
at
though.
61%.
And 2 counties are
Harris is now
counting.
at 56%. Again, there's a difference of about 35,000 votes. 95% is in, and we can actually see how much of the vote is left. Only about
Okay,
3,600
Dallas.
votes remain in Loudoun County. So she's underperforming a little bit there. As we keep going here, Fairfax County, 45% in. She's at 68%. Let's see how Biden was doing there. 69, about the same. Something else that's interesting that's happening in Virginia, Virginia Beach. This is a swing county. Trump won it in 2016. Biden was able to flip it. Tonight, Trump is on top, but only about 20% of the vote is in. A lot of the western part of the state, as we know, is going to be more rural. Some of that coal mining country, it's going to resemble West Virginia. We have some of the vote in a county like over here, Wise County. This is a good Trump barometer. He's at 78%. He was at 80% in 2020, but 41% of the vote is out. He's underperforming slightly. I guess the thing that sticks out to me, which it's too early to know if it's a red flag, but Loudoun County, again, you know, this is a place where Democrats want to run up those votes in Virginia.
I am going to cry the right to abortion amendment is going to pass in FLM the weed one, but it's weed.
But Trump in 2016 got close. He got within 5 points. A number like this, it's going to worry them a little bit. But
If
I know you guys
Texas
know
goes blue,
much
I
more about
will
that area
turn
than
myself
I do.
into a pickle.
We're honored to have a resident of
All right, dude.
Commonwealth of
Relax.
Virginia with us, Chuck Todd. So, I mean, you look at that, you know those suburban collar counties around
PA's
Washington,
blue.
D.C. very well. Is that a warning light if Kamala Harris
Not
is
even
not
200,000
performing as
people
well
are
as Biden
reported
did
yet.
in some of those suburban, exurban counties?
And it's all
We're going
Pittsburgh,
to see that if it's moving. You know, Virginia is sort of the gateway now to the north rather than being,
Which is
I
expected.
always joke, it's sort of seceded from the Confederacy, right? It is the one southern state that has been consistently a Democratic state, not even a swing state anymore. So if that is consistent, yes. One thing I've learned, though, with the Northern Virginia vote, you may have 95% of the vote in. That 5% can account for a lot more uncounted vote than people realize. So, and there is a sense, so that's a wait and see. Look, the bigger thing that I've taken away so far is we are seeing, we're in the middle, we've been in the middle
A lot
of
of these
political
deep red
realignment for a
ones that
decade,
they're
and
already
every one of
counting
these
are very
presidential elections,
expected.
we're like,
I'm
hey,
not
look
that
at
sweated.
this. The
I'm not
fact of the
sweating
matter
much.
is Donald Trump's makeup of his
I'm looking at all these ones hovering blue.
than it was in 2016 or
These are all
2020.
big deals.
And I think we're
If she
seeing
wins
it both
Texas,
break
I don't even
on
think he has a
ethnicity
chance.
and geographically.
That's a
So it
big
looks like
fucking deal if she
Donald
somehow
Trump's
wins
gonna be
that. I
stronger
don't
in the
know.
Southeast. Why?
I really don't
Because
think
he
so,
is
but
doing better with Hispanics.
That's right.
And there is a larger population of Hispanics in the Southeast and the Southwest than any
I mean,
other part of this country. The exit polls indicate that
That's
she's
a lot of
do better with
electorals.
older white women. I've been messing around with Indiana.
What the fuck?
Indiana's not gonna. It's a red state. Donald Trump's underperforming about a point or two in almost even in the rural counties. Indiana's a very white state. That's a tea
In
leaf.
colorblind
I just throw it
opinion.
out there. It's a tea leaf.
Where
They
are
obviously
going?
border.
Where those voters go?
No, that she's performing a couple of points better. So clearly
And
there
that's where
are
you
some
think it's the
older
older-
whites, and we could really see this country divided by regions where she's stronger in the north because she's improving with white voters, and he's stronger in the south because he's improving with voters of color, in particular Hispanic voters. We're not seeing as much
Or because a
evidence
lot of
among
people
Might be
African-American
repeating
voters, but
things
definitely
south to Florida
So keep in
and
mind the
Texas.
red
I
mirage
think
slash
the-
blue
the-
flip
nationally,
phenomenon
we're seeing
where
it
they
Well, we're
count
seeing it
the
nationally,
conservative
too. When you look at some
rural
of the
votes
numbers here,
first,
he is
so it
plus
looks
They do.
red, then
specifically
later
with
the liberal
Latino
urban votes
men,
that
according
flip
to our
it
exit
blue.
poll nationally,
Another
a
reason
demographic
these
group
early
that Joe
calls
Biden
are
was plus
pointless.
It tends to be because they count faster because they're less populated, so they get their votes in quicker. That's why a lot of these flip to red pretty fast and can change back, and it also makes it all dramatic. So you're correct. It's because the outer counties that all typically lean more red compared to major cities typically have less votes, so they report quicker. These ones, like all the major cities in PA will take a longer time to get everything in there. So yeah, nothing is really set in stone just yet.
If necessary.
And let's
to
not
their
forget,
side.
Kamala
Ones
Harris
with
wrapped
like
up her campaign
80%
last night
voted in
Philadelphia,
potentially,
once
but
again
that's it.
demonstrating the importance of that state, as we are going to
Maybe.
find out here in the hours to come, and perhaps days.
And Hallie, you've got some more from your exit polls.
It's interesting. Chuck's talking about the graceful removal from the chair. Thank you all for bearing with me. Chuck's talking about the realignment here.
we're going
where
off.
People are
We're going out.
Sort of politically. One of the things we're watching
She's
on
fucking
that
leaving,
front
bro.
is
We're
this
going
idea of
rogue.
independent voters. We know that they are going to be potentially a crucial voting bloc here. Vice President Harris had made overtures to this group in the closing weeks of her campaign, really trying to win them over, to get them over to her side. Look at how
Texas
they're breaking
only like
nationally
2%
here.
blue still.
She is winning independent voters nationally, 51%. Donald Trump, 44%.
This random outer county of
Here's the thing.
Dallas is
Nationally is
leady
not
red.
how you win or lose the
Yep.
White House. You win the White House in the battleground states. And look at the state of states, Pennsylvania, right? The most key battleground this year. In Pennsylvania, It's the opposite. It's former President Trump who is actually leading with independents over Vice President Harris in this really important state where the margins
250,000
really
votes are in. That's
close here.
it,
You can see
dude.
it here. He's at 50%.
What are you
She's
saying?
at 44%. Again, that's in Pennsylvania. So you might ask, okay, well, how does that compare to how he did
So
4 years
absurd.
ago? He is overperforming generally with independents now in Pennsylvania. You see in 2020, 44%. He's doing a bit better now in 2024, 50%. And Savannah, Lester, Chuck, Chris, and I'll toss it back to you at the table. This could be really
I
interesting.
might just mute this
as we
every
watch
time.
this develop throughout
0%
the
in
night, not just
Alabama,
in
projected
Pennsylvania,
winner.
but in
What-
some of these other key battlegrounds as well.
What do we
Michigan
mean?
and Wisconsin, which we'll get to later.
Actually, I think Chuck wanted to weigh in.
No, I just think we are seeing something else happen, which is
What do we
have
mean?
a country that's really sour about our politics, sour about the direction of the country, and we now have fewer people identifying with the two major parties, according to our exit poll. It's a huge development. Independents are the fastest growing flock. Now, it's very rational. If you don't like the direction of the country, you don't like what's happening, and you think there's a
Yeah,
threat
'cause
to
everybody
democracy,
sucks.
do you have a lot of faith in the two major parties? But the lowest share of major party people identifying with the two major parties in at least 4
Did
elections.
Pennsylvania fail
it
us?
means
No,
these
they
independent
just
votes are gonna
closed
be
the polls.
whole ball
It
game.
just
They're
closed the
gonna
polls 8
decide
minutes ago.
Who's president?
We are keeping a sharp
Only a
eye on
quarter
the
of a
state
million votes are in.
Georgia. We can show you where things stand, but we've just had a change of character.
An election alert.
And I was harassed by the old Republican people that were right by the door to go vote. I ended up telling them I will vote the
This is
color
not
of
an
my
election
vote.
alert.
When they saw me get
I'm-
into my blue car, I think I saw one blow a gasket. Hopefully the people in my generation pull though.
Every time they start doing election alerts and say it's too close to call, or they talk about voting differences, I'm muting. Like, actually, I'm not joking. It's just making me mad. Like, it's actually just making me annoyed that they keep doing this. Who am I voting for? I already voted. I hope I'm not chewing too loud. I'm just like, I need something to eat. Otherwise, I'm going to feel weak. I don't feel like making anything. I'm just eating chips. Chef Ethanol, thank you for the 25. Great name. Leaf Moment, prime sub. More W's for a new sub. Leaf Moment, welcome to the Freaks, dude. Imperator, thank you for the 8 months. Oh, man. Chad, I've gained 2 crafting levels on my RuneScape account. Sitting here. Oh, she won Massachusetts. 1% in, guys. Everybody freak out.
Nevada. I think that may be the closest margin.
0% in. He won Missouri.
It may be literally maybe 500 to 2,000 votes separating the two candidates. I think it's that close in Nevada.
Well, we're waiting polls to close there in less than an hour. Nevada and Arizona, this big Western battle.
This is so irrelevant.
Expect results there, frankly, for days. So I guess Senator McCaskill's going to be
18
holding her breath
months,
for a very,
yay.
very long time. We've got Sarah Fagan here, too, a veteran of Republican campaigns. And again, with all the caveats, we are reading tea leaves right now, Sarah. What are you looking at? What are you noticing? And how do you see this shaking out?
So if you look at Florida, you look
That's
at
a
Virginia,
substantial
Donald
difference.
Trump
Why aren't
is
you
running
calling New
about
Jersey,
4
huh?
points better than he did in 2020. But then contrast Georgia and North
So wild.
Carolina, where I should caveat that less of the vote is in. He's running 1 point ahead in Georgia. He's running a little behind in North
Florida, I
Carolina.
get 80% is in.
20.
And he's leading. So I get that.
Perhaps that the Harris GOTV effort is quite strong, that she's pulling her votes out in places where the campaign organized. So she's holding that margin closer.
And the GOTV, for those of you just joining us on Political Nerd Fest, get out the vote, the ground game, what we're talking about.
Texas voter here. Hopefully we will flip blue this year and get the Zodiac Killer out of Senate.
And organizing is the key to any success.
Regardless of how you guys end up, I did hear Ted Cruz has a high chance of losing his Senate spot, which is hilarious.
Over the weekend.
Love that.
It winds up being numbers, though, until people actually go to the polls
Oh.
and vote. And I do think just bouncing
The
off
Blues are on a
something that
power
Chuck
play.
said
Everybody shut
earlier,
up.
It's just to zoom out for a moment. Remember that one of the biggest issues of this campaign was change. What people really want is change. And so what you saw in both of their closing arguments was an attempt to argue they're the change candidate. And so what we are seeing, for example, with independents, I think is notable because
look at that.
I think the person who winds up winning this race will be the person who ultimately voters say that's the change candidate.
And like everything in this
No
election
shit.
year, it's complicated because
Whoever wins this race will be the person who changes the country.
and there's certain
Duh!
there as
There's
well.
something baked
Exactly.
into Donald Trump's
That's the whole fucking
call for
point.
change here because
What
he
are we
was running in the White House for 4
saying?
years. Same thing for Vice President Harris as you're looking at the popularity or favorability rating for President Biden, which is low.
Oh, dude, like that's so fucking real. Oh.
This is why early vote was critical for both of these campaigns, with some 79 million people voting
Like
early.
what?
Better to bank those votes. What if somebody gets sick? What if somebody's kid has to stay out of school or whatever?
Yeah, this is like when sports announcers are like, yeah, this pitcher is the first left-handed pitcher from this city who pitched 5 strikeouts in 2 innings.
South Carolina will go to Donald Trump when all the votes are counted later.
Who fucking cares?
And here's what the breakdown right now that Donald Trump, again, the projected winner, 24% of the vote in there, a vote difference of about 104,000. But again, Donald Trump will pick up South Carolina. Here's where it leaves us. The road to 270. Donald Trump out in front.
So in Florida, the abortion and weed amendments need 60% to pass. But both yes are in the lead.
Wow.
Ick, what happens if it doesn't get to 60%? It's kind of bullshit if we lose our rights because it wasn't high enough. We fought so hard for it to be on the ballot.
That would be a big
and
deal.
Our baby Gov didn't want it.
Oh, Mr. Hungry. Liam, thanks for gifting a sub, bro. Brussels, Prime sub, another new freak. Very cool. Welcome, dude. Squishy, 33 months. Blair, 14 months. Raybuns, 18 months. Bingo Worms, another new freak. More W's, please. Bunch of you today. Hell yeah. Welcome. Trickle into the doom watching. Isn't this fun?
Resumption of unity among Georgia Republicans. Remember, there was a huge fallout with Brian Kemp, the popular Republican governor there after 2020. Trump and Kemp made amends, although they rarely appeared together on the campaign trail. The two singing from the same
Yippee, this is a fun stream to resabat.
Oh yeah, dude. Thanks for the 4. Groovy, thank you for the 5.
All right, Garrett, we have a call to make. This is North Carolina. The governor's race there. Josh Stein,
Oh.
the Democrat, takes the race there. He faced off against the Lieutenant Governor Mark Robertson, a very controversial candidate.
9% is in.
About ticket splitting, where perhaps the vote for the presidency might be different than the vote down ballot. This perhaps will be an indication of that. Josh Stein, the winner of the governor's race in North Carolina. Just a brief word about this controversial lieutenant governor candidate. You both are jumping to tell me.
Oh my God, Shen just missed the fucking goal. Oh. You whiffed on the puck. That's sad.
Because Kristen will get into, I think, how controversial this Republican gubernatorial candidate was. But just remember the ticket splitting piece. This is a state that has ticket split president.
What's Virginia looking like?
That's it, right? So this, I think,
they have a Democratic governor right now.
That's
Roy
exactly
Cooper.
right. So
All right, you guys shut the fuck up. Let's see here. How well can you guys see that? Should I change it a bit? Actually, a little tight. Like a 2% difference right now. Richmond's not counted fully, barely counted actually. Look at that. Virginia Beach is whatever. The 0% of votes are counted in Maryland, yet they've given her the electoral vote. What? I just don't get this shit. I don't. Wow, Texas is actually close. That's actually so wild. I mean, most of it's not even counted. But the thing for me, the thing to me that is like weirdly shocking and weirdly like this is got legs somehow. Houston, San Antonio, Austin have not been counted. They're not even in yet. Dallas is in. Significantly blue there. I'm assuming outer Dallas will be red. That's usually how it works. That's crazy. Like, this isn't even... The major cities aren't even counted in Texas fully yet. Or at all. And she's still not even, like... She's close. That's wild, man. Blue Kansas? Ooh, Topeka. It is hot in Topeka. Crazy.
Let's go working on election night.
Who knows, man? It is blue in Topeka. This shit's gonna take forever, bro. There's no way we're getting anything close to the results of this election tonight. So I wouldn't be too upset, guys. Unless a giant amount of votes throw into Texas and Georgia. Like, unless... I mean, they did basically say that he needed to win 3 of 4 battleground states. So I mean, like, we could see that, like, if he loses some of these big ones tonight and they somehow report fully, like, there might be some pretty good consensus on if he went, like, if Kamala wins or if Trump wins. But which states are battleground? I think there's actually a map that they show. Actually don't know if they have it here. Whoa. I guess not. Maybe it's a different website. But key battleground states, from what I remember, is Georgia, North Carolina, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, maybe, Arizona, I think New Mexico a little bit, Pennsylvania, and North Carolina are big ones from what I understand. I think the biggest ones people are paying attention to is Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, and Michigan, Wisconsin, or in Pennsylvania. I think it's Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania. Predominantly Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. I think they said basically if he doesn't win 4 of them, he don't win. But I guess that's the case for either of them. So, I don't know, man. It's all conjecture at this point. All of these are not even locked in. The only one that could be close is Florida, because Florida's almost fully accounted for at this point. So it's like, whatever, I believe. But, like, who do I think will win? I don't fucking know, bro. All of this is just nonsense. They're all talking out their ass. They're all like, yeah, 0% reported in DC, but Democratic area, so she win. So it's like, does it really actually, like, fucking count? Nobody fucking knows. I see my beautiful home state of Missouri has a whopping 10,000 votes in, and they've already given it to Trump. That's very cool. Oh no, they didn't. They just said he's leading. He's what fucking county is this? Fucking Lincoln. How's my home county doing, bruh? Can I see my house, do you think? Oh, shit. I wonder how my old county does. Who did I vote for? Joe Biden. His ass ain't leaving. You're staying, asshole.
270 filling out a bit with some predictable wins.
Just
and
kidding, bro.
losses
Fuck
in
Donald
this
Trump.
country, but let's go to the battlegrounds.
I didn't vote for that
Virginia,
idiot.
It's too early to call. Just 33% of the vote in. We'll continue to watch it. Ohio. The polls have closed there. It is too early to call, although that once battleground is now more a reliably red state. We'll see how that shakes out. Pennsylvania. Stop me if you've heard Pennsylvania very much during this campaign season.
Wow.
It may all hinge
That's a
on the
lot.
Commonwealth. Too early to call there. And in Georgia, we have characterized this as too close to call. So we are about halfway through the vote counting there, 50% in.
God.
And though you see that margin, depending on where the votes are coming from, it is our expectation that right now this vote in Georgia's 16 electoral votes just too close to call.
All right, let's go over to Hallie Jackson with some new exit polling information on the gender gap.
So this has been a
Projected winner, Alabama, Donald Trump, 1% in.
You both said at the battle of the sexes, men versus women. It gets a little bit more complicated at that, but let's start with the gender gap nationally here. And you can see it absolutely still exists. So these are our exit polls nationally based on gender. You can see, obviously, this is just the vote here. Women, 53%, 47% men. Typically what we might see. When you get into vote break, I'm going to
Because it's a red state? I know, but like...
We're seeing that more women are backing Vice President Harris. More men are backing former President Trump. More women, 55% for Harris. Trump, 43%. We'll go to men, and you'll see it flips, right? That red slice of the pie gets a little bit bigger for Donald Trump when it comes to men nationally, and we'll pull that up so you can see it. The other piece of this, though, there's more to it, right? And when you get a little bit deeper
Let's
in race
go
and
women.
education,
Let's
that
go
is where
women.
this gets really key.
Get 'em.
And for that, you look at white.
All of the places Kamala needs are leaning blue currently. We'll see what happens. Anything can happen.
She's doing better with white college-educated women. Donald Trump is doing better with non-college educated white women. And that is another piece of the gender gap dynamic that's at play here.
Well, actually, we have a historic gender gap potentially, and we have a historic education gap potentially. And I want to bring in our panel. We've got Sarah Fagan, who is here. She was a veteran of the Bush White House, George W. Bush.
Donald Trump's doing better with fucking idiots.
That was once a swing state as well. You were a Democratic senator.
I shouldn't say that. You're not an idiot if you don't have a college degree. That's just a crazy way to phrase that. But I guess, I mean, that's a stat.
Senator, what's
That's so funny.
You know, we have so many divides at this point. We have urban-rural. We have college-educated,
Wow.
non-college-educated. But the big
Fucking
one is
Claire
election
McCaskill.
and yes,
Get
there is a
outta
difference
here,
between
bro.
college-educated women and non-college-educated
sucked.
women. But
Not that the
support
Missouri
for
governor's
Harris
better
is
now, but
so
you didn't do
big
shit.
among college-educated women. And the key in this election, I think, is are they
Boo,
going to
Claire McCaskill, boo.
their uncle,
Boo, Wendy Testenberger, boo.
over to the Trump side, because these are my
Ohio's
kids.
0.1% difference. Oh shit, Kamala wins.
Women, you know, I live in that place.
Is this the battle of the sexes?
Whoa,
Being
0.5.
Well, I do think that college-educated women are a critical, if not the critical, voting block in this
The lum
election.
bussy's getting reported in,
Hallie,
dude.
you pointed out that according to the exit polls, it's 53% of the electorate. In 2020,
Michigan
it
doesn't
was
even
52.
have Grand
Now, 1 point
Rapids or
doesn't seem
Lansing
like a
in
lot,
there.
but,
Detroit's
you
leaning
know,
red. Oh, fucking.
Kamala Harris drives
Not even
up
1,000
her-
votes are in.
her results among women.
This shit's so funny to me,
these
bro.
close
They're like,
contests
oh my God, it's
Georgia
over.
and Pennsylvania, like that could be a deciding factor.
You know,
Call
actually,
it!
we haven't actually talked about it yet tonight. Reproductive rights. This is the first presidential election post-Dobbs, the decision that overturned Roe versus Wade. We've seen the potency of that issue. Abortion rights measures have passed every time they've been
Wishing
on the ballot
all of you guys
since
the best.
the Dobbs
Big hugs
decision, but
from
we haven't yet
Germany.
had a presidential election. Do you think that
We're
issue
trying,
has
bro.
potency and is a weak spot for
Thanks for the 33, though.
I think it has.
I connect. They've the turns up, bro.
It definitely cuts.
We can get either with
both
10.
ways, meaning,
Ruby Cactus 5 subs, Mara 4 subs. Chat, give me some W's for another new freak. I connect. Damn, that's been like 20 new subs today. Thank you guys. Welcome.
Younger voters, especially younger women.
Yeah, that's my computer pinging me that my RuneScape character's AFK.
Them out.
Sorry.
And so the question is,
I can turn it off
really
if it's
is that
bothersome.
the main issue they're voting on, or is that one of many issues they're voting on?
Yeah, and I think, frankly, when we look at this, if Kamala
I'd have to
Harris
figure out
was
how to turn it off,
in the
though.
presidency, we're going to talk a lot about how the women got her there, but I don't think we should ignore the fact that college students are playing a big role today. The lines,
My
the
God, Claire
overperformance
McCaskill speaking
in college campuses
facts?
right now, whether you're in North Carolina or
Not when she was
Pennsylvania or
governor.
Wisconsin or Nevada. On the ground, I've talked to the team.
Show us RuneScape. My character is quite literally doing nothing. It's standing still and doing like an animation. That's it.
We may have a divide there
because this
between
game's very
kids
interactive.
in college that are voting age and kids who aren't in college that are voting.
Is that playing out just in a few states or across all the states?
In all of the states, they're seeing.
Oh my God.
They're exceeding their model on how many people are voting at these college at places that are primarily college.
Yeah, we can put up the Florida abortion ban. Remember, there are 10 states with abortion on the ballot tonight, and we can show you how Florida Amendment 4. This, by the way, requires a 60%.
Hi, Sneak. Hi, chat.
Why does this one require a 60%?
It's been interesting to see these ballot measures.
Why is that a thing?
You mentioned there are abortions on the ballot literally in 10 states, 2 of them battlegrounds, Nevada and Arizona. Some of the battlegrounds, Michigan, for example, had abortion on the ballot 2 years ago, lifted Democrats' prospects in Michigan. Now, is there a question in your mind, Senator McCaskill, whether or not Democrats who might have been motivated to go to the polls on the abortion issue
Pastel, tier 2 for 54 months. Thanks.
Vote for Trump, even because I think I've already taken care of this abortion question with regard to the ballot measure in a battleground like Michigan.
I don't know. I think ProPublica has done such an amazing job of publicizing the deaths to women because of Trump really extreme abortion bans that are in many, many states. And
Very
Texas
true.
isn't a battleground state.
Shorty Cake, Prime sub. Another new sub. More W's. Welcome.
I think when you
Chat, just a reminder, ads play. I have a family that I financially support.
who are suffering a miscarriage and can't get the health care they need.
I have a daughter.
That takes it to a different
Your
level,
support
and I don't think we have
goes towards my family's
many of those stories out there
security.
in 2022 like we have in 2024, and I think
It's
the
very cool.
campaign has certainly emphasized those stories and the brave women
I
telling
appreciate it. If you have a Prime sub, you can always hit subscribe and see if you have one laying around. If you can't support me in a way that's subscribing, ads play and that supports me plenty, so don't worry about it too much. Oh shit, my state's closing. Woo! Why is it just us? Why are we closing at 7:30?
Only one at 8:30 we're going to see.
That's so weird.
NBC News.
Surely my state is blue. Surely my beautiful state of Okay.
In the state of Arkansas, 6 electoral votes. Here's where we are on the map.
Okay,
very cool.
You go, bestie.
We've got a whopping 0% reported in. I guess he wins.
For Harris again, the goal 270.
All right, let's go to the battlegrounds. Georgia's race for president too close to call at this hour. 53% of the vote in, just too close to make a prediction there. Pennsylvania.
I've never lived in a blue state, bro. I don't know what it is. I mean, I guess I lived in St. Louis like most of my life, and then my in-laws happened to be from here and then moved up here. So it's like kind of just how life's turned out. You never know. Maybe someday. I'd like to be somewhere else, but it's hard to pass up on having a family support system surrounding you. At this point in my life, at least.
We should have a projected winner some point tonight. Those will be the 2 first battlegrounds that we hope to project.
Gay Bama, 39 months.
I am almost 40R.
Aki, 6 months. 2 more new subs, more W's in chat. Everybody who is not typing right now and lurking, I want you to give us a W for 2 new subs. There's been a lot of new subs, and I want as many W's as possible right now to thank all of them. There's been like 30 new subs today. That's crazy. Why do people like when I stream politics politics. I don't know. Fluffy one, thank you for the prime sub. Witchcast, thank you for the prime sub. Welcome to the Freaks and everybody else who's new and showing up. That's awesome, man. I do appreciate it.
Prince William, though,
genuinely.
Underperforming here as well. 80% of the vote is in. Biden was at 62. She's at 58. Again, these are suburban women, highly educated, college degrees, sort of your establishment Democrats. These and a growing area of Virginia as well. A lot of people move here for the jobs, to work in government as well.
Why is it so red? That's a lot of rural places. That's typically how states end up. A lot of rural counties lean more red than blue. So you look at most states, and that's the case.
And Henrico as well. It's one of those swing counties.
I guess a smaller county would. See, like you look in here, and like there's red in New Jersey. You go here, there's red on these ones, except like these major ones will be very blue. You go here, and there's a lot of red in these other counties. The major ones are usually blue. You go here, major city of Columbus, that's blue, but a lot of this is red. You go to Georgia, down here, blue city.
Again, how does he win states like Virginia?
Did I miss one? I didn't. And a lot of these other ones are red. Like that's just typically how states end up lining up.
So that's going to be good there for the Republicans if they want to.
It's just how gerrymandering works, and it's a bunch of fucking nonsense, and we need to abolish the fucking electoral college.
Trump with 48% in 2016. Biden was able to flip it
30%
in. Again, still early, but Trump is ahead there. So we're watching Virginia, guys. And
gerrymandering's a fucking crime, bro. And it's purposely made in a way to skew votes and fuck over people's voices and shit.
Key projection right now. The
bunch of shit.
Delaware, the home state of the sitting president.
Whoa.
Go for Kamala Harris as expected.
Totally real.
Just 48%.
Oh, 48% is in though.
With the margins as they are expected
That's fair.
to be. So here's where we fill out our map at 8:30.
Oh my God, it's over.
Delaware being added to the tally for Kamala Harris. Donald Trump leading as some of these big states in the South, which are expected to go his way, are starting to report in. Speaking of the South,
oh my God, Arkansas is immediately deep red on the map.
She's in the
Jesus.
King County of Gwinnett County, Georgia. First vote starting.
Oh, I love it here.
What are you
so
hearing?
cool.
We've got both campaigns really laser focused on this area.
What time to be alive? Wait, there's not even anybody in. There's no votes in, and they just gave it to him. What?
Captains coming in with their memory cards, with the
I love this.
on election day. You see this line that goes
Lose my mind. I hate assumptions, bro. It drives me fucking crazy. I guess I'm just a very like want to see it for myself kind of person. So this stuff drives me insane.
And memory cards, and at least 2 from each precinct that have the total of votes for today. So they come in here, they check in with these folks, and then they ultimately take their memory cards to the different.
Do not fret. Voting has barely begun.
Open up, they look at those envelopes.
Half of these states do not even have most of their places and divisions counted, especially their major cities aren't even counted. So it's likely a lot of these deeper red ones stay, but all these ones that are flipping between blue and red, you never know.
You mentioned this county is really important to both political campaigns. I will tell you why. This is a rapidly growing.
You just gave Kamala more. What happened? What'd they give her?
Diverse. It leans blue.
I didn't see it.
Back in 2020, Donald Trump carried about 40% of the vote in Gwinnett County. And ultimately, what Republicans in the Trump campaign were looking for tonight is to see if they could increase turnout just enough where they run up the margins by a few percentage.
Yo, PXQD, tier 1 sub, another new sub. Fucking crazy, man. Am I a political streamer now? What's happening? It's probably just because it's election day. Capriolina, prime sub, 2, another new sub. Welcome to the Freaks, you two.
Because one of the most significant aspects of tonight that we've watched.
People like your politic streams probably because you're smart and back up your points in a logical and consistent way instead of blobbing out your ass.
In Gwinnett County alone, voted early. That's either by mail-in ballots.
I guess so. I don't think I could do this
I
a
joined
lot.
after eating dinner and voting earlier.
There's just no way I could keep up with this.
Voting shit.
Like, I cannot do what Hassan does. I've got a lot of respect for him in that regard. He does that all the time and so well. I think my brain would melt. I just like video games, man. If you guys like video games, I stream plenty of it.
Every election official and the supervisor of Gwinnett County Elections.
2 more new subs. Shirayubia and Amazing Otter. Welcome. 2 more subs, bro. Crazy. Lulu Jams, thank you for the 22.
Ultimately, we're going to see more ballots coming from the individual precincts from election day to the other side here where they'll count and go through
all of that. The big question here is going to be, what does turnout look like? Did for the Republicans and Trump, did they nudge up what they did in 2020 a little better this year, enough to possibly chip away at Harris's margins and then maybe take the state?
If you need to know how bullshit this
Phoenix
map
Ash,
is,
here, what's up?
it
Another
still
one.
shows Maryland as dark blue despite the fact that Trump is currently leading there.
The
But it's
E16?
still only
In Maryland?
0.4% counted.
In past elections, the local
Yeah, he's leading by a bunch, except it's only like, it's only 10,000 votes. Yeah, I get what you're meaning, man. It's ridiculous.
And sending a lot of mailers in more than a dozen languages to try
It's
to
just
get
a bunch
them
of silly
out.
shit. I don't know.
And you can just see the scale of
Macamooney, 5 subs. Very cool.
for Gwinnett County elections. He told us
What's the map website? It's theguardian.com.
to surpass voter turnout compared to 2020 by 6:30 today. They had 70% voter turnout roughly in this county. That's exactly what they had back in 2020. So they think they are going to have more turnout in this county. And for both Republicans and Democrats, that's exactly what they were hoping
All the
to see.
election coverage confuses me, but this is good.
Votes fall. And remember, 2020, we saw in the midterms a lot of split ticket voters, Republicans who voted for Republican Governor Brian Kemp, despite Trump saying, hey, that's not somebody I support, and him coming out against him in the midterms, and then voting for the Democratic Senator Raphael.
DB up, thank you for the 2 months. Tishboo, 2 months up, welcome.
And the numbers, at least in terms
New
of
freaks, new freaks.
Whoa, Kansas City's blue, the blue wave, here we go.
All right, Ellison, thank you. Gwinnett
It's
County,
happening.
rallies by Donald Trump there in that county and neighboring Cobb County, and you got to hand it to the election workers. They're so focused.
Here comes the blue ocean.
They don't even look up. They're counting the votes. It makes you feel good about democracy
These
at
are the
work.
heroes of the night.
Yes, absolutely.
There's also a storyline in Georgia about election workers, of course, right? And the threats that election workers
Kansas
face
flips
in
back
so many
towards
of these
red.
battleground states. And you look at Georgia, that is
Ohio
the of course,
flipped
of
back
voting
towards
Freeman and
red.
Shea Moss, who were 2 elections
North
workers
Carolina
who
flipped
came
back
under
to red.
fire, faced death
Okay.
threats, faced severe
But once
hardship in their
again,
lives because of those election fraud lies.
half
from
of this
former
isn't even
President Trump.
in.
So these election workers, man, are they doing a civic
And he's barely
duty
ahead.
for everybody?
My favorite part of voting is when I walk in and see the smiley faces. They've got this great task.
Fascinating, man. Stuff is fascinating.
Hug an election worker if they consent.
And it's part of the story.
I'm not too sure we'll get much at all
tomorrow
today.
morning, because they've brought on more election workers in
Wishful
all of
thinking,
these
though.
states to make sure that they can count more quickly. I do think Ellison's report was fascinating. Gwinnett County, it went for Clinton by 6 points, for Biden by 18 points. So this is a county that Democrats have been increasingly eyeing, as have Republicans.
Well,
as
we
they
talk
try
about
to
the
win
gender
that
gap
state.
as I go to Senator McCaskill and Sarah Fagan. I mean, I mentioned there were Trump rallies in Gwinnett
What's going on
County.
in
One of them was
Arkansas?
On year,
Oh, I'm
holy
sure
shit,
just
can I do TTS now?
they're just the best.
Nails.
Just Little Rock is in, and they've given it to Trump.
If you're trying to reach female voters,
Pussy
I don't
fart.
know how the
Look at
females
that.
on this panel feel about that. But that's
Some in there,
Not good.
some
Don't feel
here.
good about
That's
that.
it.
Hoping, praying
Back it
Ohio
out.
goes
Oh,
blue.
it's his.
Women
Crash.
don't feel good about that.
Oh, they called
But,
Illinois
you
for
know, I live in a
Harris,
state that is very Trump heavy.
which is a lot of votes,
So
actually.
I certainly know that there are women
You just
out
jumped
there
ahead.
that have bought what he's selling. I like to say I
Not
think
even a
there's about
million
third of
votes in
Trump
Illinois,
voters
though.
that don't believe a word he says, but they really like the idea that their tax
1% to Robert Kennedy.
and they think their business interests are going to be better protected.
Thank you, Mr.
with
Brain.
Less regulation, and then 2/3.
Mr. Worm going hard.
Believe every word he says.
Dax, 29 months.
Sir, I want to get your thought on something at work right now. And
Hi
there's been a bit
freaks.
of a mixed
I'm going
message
to
in the
freak it.
campaign, the
Who are
Donald
freaking their
Trump's
shit?
campaign
And by that
about
I
early
mean,
voting.
ha
Yes, do
ha,
it, don't do
their
it.
sanity.
How do you think that is playing out tonight?
Well,
What the
if you look at some of the early
Stay.
vote returns, certainly we saw higher numbers of Republicans voting early.
Why can't-
it looks to me like a lot of those were
Hello?
election day voters previously who voted early. Okay, great for the Trump campaign. They
Oh,
banked
so
votes.
what?
They can focus on those who haven't voted. So to me, what I'm going to be looking for is his share of the early vote higher than it was in 2020? Democrats dominated the early vote totals in 2020.
Why can't I move the captions?
Donald Trump in most of these states was doing 35, not even higher than 40% in any of those states, these target states.
Oh my God, one of the Blues is injured.
So
I'm going to
does he
freak
do
out.
42, 43, 44%?
I mean, in 2020, we were in the midst of a pandemic.
What
Donald
did I
Trump was
miss?
actively
Who is it?
telling people not to vote early or not vote by mail, saying he was suspicious of it. they're to Lester's point, he changed that tune. Now they're actively encouraging Republican voters to go in and early vote, and Republican voters seem to have answered that call.
Oh my God, they got the gurney out.
Huge strategic blunder in 2020 to have done that.
Oh, he took a puck to the neck.
Perhaps he would have won. So I think he learned that lesson. And also, if you just look at the trends in early voting and the trends in absentee by states, it's a prudent thing to do.
To be clear, the Republican apparatus absolutely made a big push this cycle to get voters out to vote early.
He kept playing? Is that who they're attending to? They should have replay of that, but I don't know if that's the guy they're attending to or not.
Another rally, he would cast
I think
doubt
they
on
are.
the validity of ballots that were put in through the mail, etc. Some of that likely seeped down to some of his voters.
Oh my God, they're
in some of
carrying
these key battleground states, as we heard from talking to voters in some of these battlegrounds.
They're gurneying him out.
This is
Oh
a former
fuck.
president who, over the summer, you look at let's say 20 rallies, at 5 of them he cast out on the
No
results of the
way.
election even before
Both
votes
the
were
guys who
counted.
got off of
That ramped
waivers
up
from
in just the
Edmonton
last
are
month. At
injured.
14 of 20 rallies,
That's
he did the
ridiculous.
same thing. So he has not been super consistent.
That's so awful.
Let's go to Tom Yamas right now.
I bet they just are carrying him out because he got hit in the neck and they don't want him to be like, they don't want to risk him being hurt.
Right now.
I
Yeah,
think.
and we're getting ready for poll closings in places
What I
like
imagine.
Nebraska, and Nebraska could be the key to it all. And I know what you're saying, Nebraska, yes. So when you look at our beautiful map here, you see the maps, the states that are red, the states that are blue, and our battlegrounds here that aren't colored in. And then Nebraska and Maine, they have this kind of Where's Waldo effect. When we hit it, here's why. Nebraska and Maine, they both
'cause they
give out
split.
their, electors a little differently. Their electoral votes. If you win the popular vote, you get 2 in Nebraska, and then they give them by congressional district as well. Trump is going to win 2 of the congressional districts most likely in the popular vote. But Congressional District 2, CD2 in Nebraska, is a battleground district. And the entire election, I say, could come down to this. Let me explain why. So let's take you to Nebraska and show you where CD2
Let me explain why, because we want you to be very, very scared, and we want you to pay attention
City of Omaha, a little
the whole
bit
way.
of Saunders, and a little bit of Sarpy as well. I should say all of Saunders as well. That's essentially the way it looks, right? I'm going to give you the congressional map so we can cut it out a little more. So this right here, that's Congressional District 2. It's a swing district, as I said. 2016, Trump wins by 6,000 votes. In 2020, Biden wins by 20,000 votes. So why is it important? Because if we come down to that scenario where it's 269, 269, Savannah, I gamed that out. It's going to come down to Nebraska, too. So every vote does matter. It matters so much that we spoke to people in Omaha, asking them about what this campaign was like. They say they've never seen anything like it. They've been inundated with ads saying on the television, on the radio, people calling them, unlike anything they've ever seen before. Again, it likely won't come down to Nebraska, too, but it might, and that's why every vote matters. Again, Omaha, the biggest area of Nebraska, fastest growing area, and tonight we'll be watching it.
Tom, you promised me you would not raise the specter of the 269 to 269.
It could happen. We're ready for it.
It could happen. The Constitution has provisions for it, but can we just all agree? Let's hope we don't get there.
Is that Chuck Todd's music?
Yeah, no, that's it. Is that Chuck Todd's head exploding? Yes, perhaps it is. But it's interesting to see these are such contested races, and it's actually nice to see. I think we've divided our country so much into red and blue. It's nice to see that once you get on a county by county level.
Who won New York? Nobody yet.
Monolithic. There's more to it, and we
I don't
still
think
do
they've
live
closed
right
their
next
polls.
to each other, and Nebraska too is a very good.
I think some more close in 15.
Yeah, but I would say you're right. We live right next to each other, but the folks that live in Omaha, I guarantee you, some of the folks that live out in a very sparsely populated rural county don't relate to some of the same issues that the people in Omaha think are important. It's much more of an urban area.
There's also a hot Senate race there right now where
Very cool, Claire McCaskill. Thank you for being very lukewarm and middle centrist every step of the way, just like when you were governor.
Dan Osborne, who's really giving a run for
Jesus.
for money for Deb Fischer.
Yeah, and I will say that one of the things about the urban-rural issue is when you think about the ground game, I don't think we talk about this enough.
She was just like this when she was Missouri's governor.
So
like, well, everything's like, it's so like everything's the same, and I can't really do much because everybody's got opinions.
It's not as efficient. It's more difficult. Frankly, a lot of folks out in the rural area don't want strangers knocking on their door. They're not used to having people they don't recognize coming up the driveway 2 miles down from their nearest neighbor. So it is harder for the Republican Party to do the ground game, the GOTV, as you talked about earlier, than it is for the Republican Party. But it'll be interesting to see how this independent does in Nebraska. He says he's going to be independent. He won't caucus with either party. Won't vote for either leader.
I'm gonna
He says
caucus.
his job would be to try to bring the two parties together. It's probably a winning message right now. I just don't know.
I'm fucking caucusing.
Nebraska's pretty red.
All right, well, the drama is continuing to build. 3 big battlegrounds closing at the top of the next hour. Don't go away. We'll be right back. As
Oh
we
my
count down the
freaking
road to
gosh.
270.
I'm caucusing. Hold on, I'm gonna go caucus in my toilet real quick.
Pogging my pants RN.
What's up, you fuckers? Oop, I logged out on RuneScape. Alway was sent to the hospital? Where did you hear that? I know they gurneyed him out, but he took a puck to the neck, and that can just be safety precaution. Ugh. Ugh. Alexa Dat said it? Fuck me, dude. Let's go! Hometown county. Blue, 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 blue. Let's go, St. Louis. 314. How's Texas doing? Austin blue, San Antonio blue, Houston blue, Dallas blue. Problem with Texas is there's a lot of places that aren't a major city that are red. That's kind of how they always end up being red, because they have a shit ton of other ground.
Yeah, so Savannah, statewide, they close at 9 p.m. Eastern, but here in Detroit, in the East Coast time zone, the polls have been closed for almost an hour. You can see this ballot drop box is sealed off here. However, despite all of that, we're going to move down the block here. This is the city elections office, and what we've got going on here is people who have been in line well past when the polls officially closed to continue registering to vote. And
look at that
inside,
based
it appears we do still have some people
Palestinian
in that line.
flag.
We have people telling us they'd waited in line for around 4 hours. One young woman told us that she almost got out of line because of that duration, dealing with logistics as well as just waiting to be able to register to vote, but was ultimately able to do so. Someone else told us that they
Bro,
got
if I had to
out
wait
of
in line that long, I'd bring my
because of the
Steam
wait.
Deck.
If people
I'd be
got
chilling.
in line by 8 p.m. Eastern time and they closed the doors here at that time, people were going to be allowed to go through the registration process, and it seems people are still going through that at this hour. This is
Excuse me, I'm just going to go through the camera again. Very cool.
However, when we've spoken to GOP operatives in the state,
W.
they tell us that they see Vice President Harris's base as, quote, crumbling because of various headwinds. However, there are other potential headwinds that could send traditionally Republican voters toward the vice president. We will have a clearer answer as those results start coming in at 9 p.m. Eastern. Savannah, back to you.
And we'll get a better idea about turnout, too, which is all important for the Harris campaign in Detroit and also those collar counties. Well, we want to switch over. Let's go to Arizona, the Mountain West. Polls closed. Gotti Schwartz, they're outside a polling place. Have you seen a lot of crowds?
No.
Yeah, polls close in about 6 minutes here. This is the end of the line, and this is about a 60 to 70 minute wait here. So you got the people that are at the end of the line right now, probably about 300 to 400 people in front of them. You're noticing a lot of MAGA hats here talking about the gender divide.
Are magnets on the screen?
Gender divide is very much in play here
yes.
at Arizona State
Let me refresh it
University.
for you.
So much talk about low propensity voters. One of the things that we've been noticing here and talking to students about is the involvement of fraternities. Normally, fraternities,
leave it to 37.
they may not be
Carrot,
organizing
10 months.
and may not be turning out to vote as much as you'd expect. But
Chat,
at the ASU campus,
how many of you are here?
The fraternities
I'm sure I have an influx of viewers today. Can I get a high from every person? Just so I can get an idea. I don't have my view count on. It makes me self-conscious at all times.
The issue of abortion is extremely important.
God damn.
Immigration is also important, but I gotta say,
holy
just
shit.
eavesdropping what people have been talking about in line, it's been surprising how often the topic of the Joe Rogan podcast.
Okay, now everybody say fart.
Several students now who say that they listened to that Joe Rogan podcast with the former president, and that was the deciding factor for them.
Goodness.
Hi, streamer man. Yo39.
Could you guys imagine if my chat was this fast all the time?
Appeared on that podcast, past, they may have had their
I would talk to
votes
none of you.
It's really interesting because, you know, some people
Joking.
are talking about policy.
I would do my
Others are
best.
talking more about kind of like vibes. Well, I like the vibe of
I would love
like
this.
the vibe of
Some of you might not like this, but
it's
I would
not
love if
so
I had this much
policy
stimuli.
specific, but that's just some of what we've seen. We're almost to the end of the line. We're just
I would
wrapping
love
around
to have this
corner.
many
But
people
again,
talking.
Right now, we're in Maricopa County. This is a county
Even if
with
it's just emotes.
2 point something million voters. ASU has 74,000 students.
That shit
here,
matters
most
to a
of them
streamer,
voting
guys.
age.
You guys
what
might not
we
like
see
that,
here
but
in
I would love
Arizona
it.
is going to be very important in this election. Back to you guys.
All right, Gotti, thank
Visual
you so
support
much.
is a big deal.
Holy moly,
Arizona,
11
also
months and I
Florida,
haven't
Western, you got a
renewed
key
my
call
sub
here.
yet.
Yeah, we do have a call here in the state
Chat
of
wouldn't have to
Florida
be slow for me to interact with it, guys. I can assure you. I have too much ADHD.
60% threshold. It will not clear it. So amendment for right to abortion will go down in defeat. 86% of the vote in there.
That's fucked up.
This is super interesting. I'll just drop in here to say this. Okay, it was yes to protect in Florida, but you are seeing it needed a 60%.
Why does it need a 60%? Why the fuck is that?
Ballot initiative that we've seen anywhere in the country since the overturning of Roe versus Wade that has failed. However,
But it had a higher bar.
the other ballot initiatives were not this high of a threshold here, and I see you want to jump in.
No, it's
That
just the same
seems
number,
purposely
right? It was
sabotage.
57-58 in Ohio, 57-58 in Kansas. I mean, I
Why?
think we know what the number is. Ironically, I've talked to some Florida Republicans who secretly had hoped this would pass.
Why is that a thing?
Because now Florida elected officials in 2026, which is their big election year, they will have to face the voters on a 6-week ban. And then suddenly that will sort of upend just the state's politics.
Yeah.
But
Ron
there's clearly,
DeSantis actively campaigned
did.
against this amendment which is
and he used the government power. It's
Piece
going
of
to
shit.
create an interesting, there's going to be a fascinating, if the Democratic Party ever
That's a
wants that
blue-ass
election in
Pennsylvania,
Florida,
fellas.
They're going to get an opportunity,
Well,
ironically, because
Look
this
at
thing went
that.
down tonight.
Think
Look
about
at this
how
like blue curve right here,
this
man.
was for former President Trump. I asked him about this. He said it went too far. And then he was
Harrisburg
asked
to
about it
Philly is going
repeatedly
nuts.
throughout the course of this campaign. Well, how are you going to vote on this? And he was shifting his positions in the weeks leading up to this very vote.
Her winning
So
Pennsylvania
it
would be a
sort of
huge,
underscores the
huge
point
deal,
that Trump's
man.
making. This is a very complicated
This issue has
for
Republicans.
I mean, it changes
in
a
knots and
lot.
Donald Trump in knots, and now it lives to see another day in Florida.
And this is why the vice president and her team have been pushing on this issue. It is on the ballot as well in Arizona and Nevada. Trump orbit folks that I'm talking to think that there is a likelihood
That's
of
so
perhaps
sad,
ticket
bro.
splitters in those states, people who will back these
My condolences to any
abortion ballot initiatives,
Floridians.
but who will also back former President Trump. But you have seen the vice
That don't make any
president
fucking
hammer
sense that it
this
has to
in
be
the state of Georgia.
60%.
She went to the state of Texas, which
That's not how
nobody
any of this
really
works,
thinks is going
or
to flip blue
or
in the
has or
presidential race,
should.
but she wanted to use it as a stage to highlight that state's controversial restrictive abortion law. She did it in Georgia with Amber Thurman, and in Florida she talked
New York
about it as
blue
a
looking?
place
New
that she
York's
is
still
concerned
going. I
about.
don't think they've closed yet. Nothing's even reported.
In Iowa, whose polls are going to close, there was a late election poll. Iowa just had a very restrictive abortion ban passed, and this shock poll on the eve of the election had Kamala Harris carrying a red state. So
There are a
it's
lot of
just a very
colleges in the
potent-
Harrisburg to Philly area, so I'm sure if people are
That makes
voting
sense.
in that area, that would be why.
Perhaps the abortion issue is motivating these older
3% off passing
women,
is
right? A
pretty
demographic we've
tragic,
been watching
yeah.
tonight.
And Chuck,
Oh, here we go. More projections. Let's go, baby.
As we get
Here we
some
go.
more
Polls close.
here,
Let's
we
tell
get
everybody
more
that they're going to win these, even though we have no votes yet. Holy shit.
See their polls
That's actually a
close,
ton.
And we'll begin counting the votes. Here is
Let's go. Let's see the
state of
projections.
Texas.
Fuck you. 0%
We were just
reported.
talking
Fuck
about
you.
Donald Trump will win in the state of Texas when all the votes are counted. NBC News projects that Donald Trump
I love that they've
also,
used this photo
win
from
in
10
North
years ago
Dakota
still.
tonight. South Dakota, same story. That will
Anything
also go into
new
the
or
Donald
recent
Trump
would
column
be
this evening.
tragic for him to have.
We move to the state of Wyoming in 3 electoral votes at stake. Donald Trump, the projected winner in Wyoming. Here's the map. The road to 270 now getting interesting. 154 for Donald Trump, 30 for Kamala Harris.
I thought a bunch of other stuff closed.
All right, let's go to the uncalled races just from those 9 o'clock poll closings, including New York, Colorado, Minnesota. So we still await results there, but let's go to Michigan.
Why
That's
is that
the
old
biggest
man Yowie on the
at this
screen?
hour. Polls
Oh, the
closing
magnets are
in Michigan,
broken.
And it is, wait for it, too early to call. We will
Oh
be
my God,
waiting
I can't
for
believe
that
it.
until
Too
the
early
wee
to call.
hours tonight. Arizona also too early to call. 7 o'clock in the Mountain
Arizona
West,
just
9 o'clock on the East
closed.
Coast. Polls
No
just
fucking
closed there. Let's go to
shit.
Wisconsin. the other of the blue wall states, along with Michigan and Pennsylvania. Too early to call. And speaking of Pennsylvania, too early to call. Starting to see more vote come in, but we
This shit's gonna drive me insane, man.
Same with North Carolina. They're counting more quickly, but it's still too early for us to make a projection. And in Georgia, it's not too early. It's just too close. We are starting to see the vote come in. We've got 66% counted right now. And yet, despite the margin that you see there, we project not only what the margin is right now, but where we expect the vote to come in, whether it's coming from a Republican stronghold or a Democratic stronghold. So when you see that disparity and then you see us say it's too close to call, there's a method to that madness.
Don't worry, I'm
You've got
fixing.
Georgia up there.
And I'm going to explain the method to the madness, right? The difference right now,
right, try now.
220,000 votes. Trump on top with 66% of the vote in. But Republicans, it can't even get close to celebrating just yet.
There you go.
These sort of UFO objects we
I just have to
circling Georgia right now, this
reapply
is
the
remaining
custom
vote.
CSS.
And the bigger that bubble, that means the more vote that
New
is
York's
out. And the
turned
more
blue
vote that is
on the
out
map.
right now is in the Atlanta
This is
metro
just as
region. Remember I
nonsensical
told
as
you
the
guys
other
earlier
ones,
that about
because this is
50%
just
of
like
the
a
vote is gonna
assumptive,
come from this area right here.
it's
The
very
election is essentially
assumptuous
won or lost in the Atlanta
projections,
metro region because the margins are so
even though
close.
these are like
Every vote matters,
historically
but because the margins are so close,
that
Trump
state,
runs up that
which is
rural
fair.
vote. The Democrats run up the urban vote. They run
How's
up the
PA
suburban
looking?
counties
Pretty blue,
around
man.
Atlanta as well. Let's take a look. Let's see how Atlanta
64
and
to
the surrounding counties are
35
looking, the ring counties.
in favor of Kamala, but
Cobb County,
a
77%
bunch of the
vote is
middle
in.
of PA isn't
Harris
even
slightly
accounted for.
overperforming where Biden was in
But a ton of the
2020.
major
Let's go over
cities
to
are
Fulton
counting
County.
and
This is
are
where
blue,
Atlanta is.
so
A
who
huge
knows?
county for Democrats here. She's about where Biden was, 72% of the vote in. She can catch up and bring that up. Gwinnett County, again, these are the counties
Optimistically
that Clinton
blue
flipped in
currently, though.
2016, and they just got bluer and bluer. And
Georgia
you can see
is
what's
very
happening here.
close.
16%
Look at that.
of the vote is in, but she's at 60. Biden was at 58. Let's keep going.
Georgia's
around here.
only
Douglas County,
150
84%
something
in.
thousand
Here we go.
votes
Harris
between each
overperforming in
other.
that county. We'll come a little further out.
Wild.
Rockdale County would kind of move a little out the suburbs, the exurbs, if you will. 69%.
That's a scary one.
Look at where Harris is tonight.
North Carolina's
74%.
close,
She's
too.
running up that vote in the Atlanta
So
metro
is
region.
Virginia.
If she can keep that momentum going, she could possibly take the state of Georgia. But again, we got to wait and see. I want to see how Trump is doing in some of his rural counties.
My county isn't even counted yet.
95% of the vote is in. So 78% in 2020. He's at 78 right now. Let me go to neighboring Towns County right here. 8180, and then in Union. 8180. He seems to be hitting his marks too. I want to hit some sort of swing counties, if you will. Dooley is one of these. Trump won it in 2016, but if we go back, Obama had it in 2012. Tonight, Trump is up.
Also, I think the 11. Toff, thank you for the 39.
That's a good sign for him. Let me see if Peach County
Comet
is in.
37.
Peach County is another one that no vote is in. This is one of those swing counties. Not a whole lot of voters, but it usually sort of picks the winner. We like to watch it as we go around. Muskogee, this is 72%. This is the one of the ones
Kentucky
we're
red,
watching to
blue,
see
or
Trump can
uncounted?
make inroads with black voters here. Harris
I don't really know, man. None of this is confirmed yet. I think the only confirmed state is
still very close in Georgia, as
Florida.
we said. So, too close to call. It was about 12,000
I think
votes that
Florida's the
separated this
only
in
place
2020.
that is
Trump won this state by about 5 percentage
like
points in 2016.
mostly counted
The
and
state is
pretty
definitely
confirmed to be
changing,
in
and the
Trump's
reason why it's
favor.
changing, it's in this Atlanta metro region.
Yeah.
All of this stuff is like
Carolina, I'd love to see.
Yeah, let's go.
Kentucky's pretty red though. Look at
Numbers are
that. That's a
coming in
lot
at
of
50.
confirmed
Yeah,
spots.
let's
So
get
Kentucky's probably
Again,
comfortably red
We're going to
too.
look at all the state. I'm going to be looking at Mecklenburg County. This is where Democrats.
Not a whole lot is
vote.
like
Only
confirmed
6% is in, but
100%
you can
yet.
see
This
how
is just
she's
like these
performing
political
here.
places being like these
6%
states
in,
are
I'm not
red.
gonna
They
really
tend to
draw
be
too
red.
much
It's
from
going to be
there,
probably
but
red.
she's
So
overperforming Biden. We go to the research triangle here. Wake County, 76% of the vote is in. We compare her to Biden, 62 to 63. She's doing better. I know a lot of the vote is in. Over here in Orange County. This is UNC Chapel Hill, the research triangle. You have medical research jobs, high-tech research jobs, affluent suburbs.
Fayetteville, North
highly
Carolina?
educated Democratic voters.
Those
86% of the
copycats.
vote is in. Let's see how she compares to Biden. Slightly overperforming Biden, not by much, but look, any little increment makes a difference when you're talking about a 10,000 vote difference at the end of the day. Right now, the difference is about 41,000 in that county. Trump is on top right now. He's going to run up the rural vote. We can check out some of his counties over here in western North Carolina, Graham County. These are some of the counties that were affected by Hurricane Helene and all that devastating flooding. 95% and 81%. In 2020, he was at 79, so kind of overperforming. The big unknown was how many people were going to actually vote in here. And one of the great researchers, Dr. Chris Cooper of North Carolina, political scientist, pointed out to us. He said,
I hate that the
"Listen, this is
captions
Trump's
can't move.
area that was affected by
I hate
those
that this-
floods. You can have
like, I hate that they're in the
MAGA hats
way.
your house. But if you no longer have a house, trying to get your
And
vote,
like
trying
I
to get your
move
vote
and
location is
it
gonna
just
be
goes
difficult.
back. Watch,
They were
see?
so
Like I
concerned about
can't.
this area that
Does anybody know
election
why
officials
that's
actually
happening?
changed the rules so you could actually vote in other counties if you couldn't vote in your own county. It looks like turnout's okay. We heard that from Sam Brock. Asheville is that blue dot in the sea of red in North Carolina. Again, affected by Hurricane Helene, 55% of the vote there in Buncombe County. Biden was at 59. Harris is overperforming. Again, any advantage she has in the counties where Biden was doing well, won, and she's hitting higher marks. Democrats are going to love that news, but there's still a lot of the vote is out, 76% in Wake, like we said. Let me see where else in the state that we're still waiting on vote.
Swap to lo-fi.
Because there are a lot of rural counties. Listen, if right now, let me go to the entire state. So 41% of the vote is in. Look at this giant circle around Charlotte. I mean, Charlotte, a lot of that vote, Mecklenburg County.
I get it.
It's a county that is majority minority, right? Mostly black and Hispanic. And they're still waiting a lot of the vote there. That could be a very good sign for Democrats tonight. But some of the vote is out, like in these rural counties right here. If we check out Johnson County, just outside of Raleigh, connected to that.
the
I'm actually
Lightning
kind of
scored.
curious, even though only 8% is in here. This was a county that they were looking at to see if Democrats could make inroads there. It looks to be about the same, only 8% in, guys. But we're going to keep a close eye on
To
North
lift
Carolina
some
as more
spirits
of
in
this map
chat,
gets filled
I got
out.
a haircut
All right, so here's where we
today.
are, 7 minutes
It's
after
the
9
shortest
o'clock in
my
the East
hair
Coast.
has ever
6
been my
polls have
entire
closed
life, but
6
it's a
of
big
7
first
battleground
step
That's
for
an
me in my
unfortunate goal.
transition journey
For the
since
7th
escaping from
tally,
my parents'
you heard the
transgender
numbers. Break it
pride.
down how we're
Nice.
viewing it through the lens
Okay.
of the...
Well, congrats, dude. Thanks for the
The
21.
exit polls, which are coming in, and I got to give the grain of salt caveat, which is these numbers don't get finalized until closer to Thanksgiving, right? So we don't want to overread into them, but they are an indication of where things stand. And what I'm looking at, given that polls have just closed now in the rest of the blue wall states, Michigan and Wisconsin, here's something interesting. Look at the youth vote here. This is a little tricky to look at, but I'm going to walk you through it. Look at Vice
The
President
votes
Kamala
aren't
Harris.
done.
She is winning younger voters under the age of 30 in Wisconsin, but Donald Trump is right on her heels there with 47%. He is actually winning younger voters in Michigan, 51% to 46%. And if you take a look even further into this, you can see that he is overperforming where he was among young voters in the state of Wisconsin, 47% now. That's a double-digit increase from where he was 4 years ago. It's a similar story in Michigan, and I will also tell you it is a similar story in Pennsylvania as well. You see the Michigan numbers here. Similar story in Pennsylvania as well when it comes to young voters. Now, we've been doing a lot of point-counterpoint tonight.
Muting. What is this? Just literally conjecture. It's basically saying one's leading in polling with certain voters, yet not all of the votes have been counted. In fact, most states don't even have 25% reported. Not even a quarter for most states are reported in. And they're like, yep, that's just crazy. They just gave him more. What did they just give him? They call Ohio for him? Jesus.
Of the election, and that was extremely influential.
It could be very influential. And remember, in some of these states, you have same-day voter registration. And who takes the most advantage of it? Younger voters.
That's right.
You know, it was interesting. A lot of Democrats were very optimistic about some of their chances in some of the in the big Midwestern states for House, Senate, and the presidency because, unlike 2020, the Ann Arbor kids are going to vote in Michigan this time. In 2020, they voted in their home state. The Iowa City kids in Iowa, the Madison kids, and that this time
This stuff is
they
crazy,
were all gonna
bro.
actually be in the
Because of the
battleground
pandemic,
states.
they were home.
The pandemic, they were home and more dispersed. Obviously, a big chunk of Michigan voters are from Michigan, University of Michigan folks from Michigan, but there's quite a few that aren't. And Democrats thought that could be a secret weapon for them. If the young men are
Once
pulling
again,
for
guys,
Trump,
it's
then it's not as
fully
much of an
conjecture at
impact.
this point,
Still,
really.
there's a massive gender gap among young folks. Let's not. In fact, it may be bigger among young.
Yes.
They've been
young
giving
voters.
Kamala Vermont on this live stream since 0% of the votes was in. So it's like
the legal issues, but also following these ballot referenda, including
there's not a whole lot to much of this at this point. I don't even think there's many confirmed for sure states yet. I think Florida is a for sure on Trump. That's it, really.
Women have been highly motivated by this issue of reproductive rights.
Women of all ages motivated, young and old. And obviously, it didn't work in Florida, but the threshold was higher there. And we are still looking at a number of states, including places like Arizona, Missouri,
It's what
Nebraska,
it's
South
what keeps
Dakota,
people
all
glued to
of
the
which would
screen like we
change
are.
the right to an abortion to be enshrined in the Constitution.
Yap
not
sesh
something that you
indeed.
could take away easily.
Really
Once
is
it's
just a
there,
lot of yap.
It can't just be wiped away when the change.
So I don't know. We can always have this just like barely talking
much different situation
at the end of the
where they
day.
have to just get over a 50% threshold. And so it'll be interesting to see whether they can carry the ballot initiatives in those states, even if the former president is going to win in some of those states.
We've seen these ballot measures, pro-abortion ballot measures, even in very red states, pass and sometimes pass with 56, 57% of the vote, which, by the way, is what they got in Florida.
There has been a significant shift in the electorate if these exit polls bear out to what we see right
Am I
now.
right?
to
Yeah,
how
dude.
people feel about
I
abortion
don't know
and
how
abortion
old
access.
people listen to this
4
shit all the
years ago,
time.
I would suspect it is largely, it is
I think my brain would be goop.
of Roe versus Wade. In 2020, 51% of people felt that abortion should
I'd have
be legal in
absolute
most
goop
cases.
brain if I
And
did
what
this
is it
all the
now?
time.
66%. That is a significant.
Even as a kid, I hated the fucking news, bro.
Back to this second, but I believe we have another call to make, and this is in the state of Mississippi. NBC News now projects that Donald Trump will take all 6 electoral votes and will win in Mississippi.
Whoa.
There is the breakdown right now. 21,000 votes.
10% is in.
But again, Donald Trump, the projected in Mississippi. Here's the map. Here's where it leaves us in the road to 270. Donald Trump well out in front with 160. Kamala Harris now with 30.
Let's expand the conversation. Simone Sanders Townsend, former spokesperson to Kamala Harris. I wonder what you're seeing in these numbers. I assume you have good sources inside the campaign. What are you hearing?
Greetings.
All
everyone.
conjecture.
Good to see you. So what I am hearing is that Democrats writ large in all of the battleground states, and I've been talking to party chairs, folks within the
Guys, if they say
campaigns,
projected winner, don't listen to it. Just wait.
In Wisconsin, for example, in the 3rd Congressional District, there are 2 large college campuses in that state.
That's literally like this is that's NBC projecting that he wins that or that she wins that. Like there's not even actual there's no actual call yet.
DC, New York, there were buses that left early this morning of strategists, organizers, even some donors, and they all went down and knocked doors in Pennsylvania, in the Philadelphia area and Philadelphia suburbs. Well, the numbers coming out of places like Temple.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy that Florida had a majority vote on right to abortion, yet it doesn't pass because it had to be 60%, which just makes no fucking sense.
Voting machines. They were not expecting that.
I mean, that's pretty fucking. That's pretty fucked up. I mean, that's like total saboteur.
Out of turn, but they feel all right.
What does anybody know why?
Right now, looking at it from the other end of the glass.
Well, the lines are very
Does anybody know why it had to be 60? Because they rigged it, right? Because they made it like harder because they don't want it to pass, right?
The organizers are out there with the phones saying, "Hey, so and so is on the line."
Likely DeSantis, yeah.
They are looking at Pennsylvania very closely, and as the time that the vice
Also the reason they call a lot of these fast is because like
where they see some gaps.
Straight up, they count outer counties quicker than major cities because there's a less dense population, so they get more votes from outer cities much quicker. But they'll just say someone wins whatever as fast as possible to get people to be like attentive. They'll do this for the next week. Like if Georgia takes this long to vote, they will say this for the next whole week.
Simone, thanks very much.
We want to turn now to Garrett Hake. He's at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. And we just got the inside scoop from the Harris campaign. So what are you hearing from the Trump campaign about what they're seeing in these battleground states in the early going?
Savannah, the Trump campaign is very buoyed by what they've seen out of Wisconsin, specifically among black voters. They're pointing to our exit poll, which shows Donald Trump more than doubling his support among African Americans in Wisconsin. I cannot emphasize enough how much this has been an emphasis for the Trump campaign to try to improve their margins. They got blown out with African American voters in 2020. If they were able to move the percentage that they got from 8% to 10, 12, 15, in this case, based on these early exit polls, getting 20%.
The fuck are they?
That's the kind
What is
of
that
thing
about?
that could make a huge difference in a race that
Yeah,
might
show
be
the girl
decided
taking a
by
selfie.
15 or 20,000 votes in those states. They spend heavily on television. They spend heavily on African American media, trying to find celebrity validators for Donald Trump, and particularly to reach out to young men. If Trump pulls this off tonight or in the days that come, those small changes at the margins among African American men, I think, will be a huge part of this story.
All right, Garrett, thank you. I want to go over to Peter Alexander at Harris headquarters, Washington, D.C. And how's the feeling there? What's the vibe?
Well, there's still a celebratory feel here right now. They're waiting for any particular data points that they can know if it's a good indication or not. The Harris campaign individuals still watching behind closed doors. The vice president watching alongside family and friends tonight. A lot of the donors and other big supporters of the vice president's at a hotel here in Washington, D.C. watching as well before they arrive here a little bit later this evening. I'll tell you some of the data points that they are pointing to right now as potentially some good indicators. One comes out of Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, specifically as it relates to those 3 wards with the largest densities of Puerto Rican voters right now, that they say in those particular wards that they saw as of 5 o'clock, 3 hours before
9% in Massachusetts, they're calling it. They called Maryland for her, and 0% is in. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, you guys really don't take any of this for factual just yet. The Blues scored. Let's fucking go.
I am hearing again about those college campuses right now, everywhere from Nevada, UNLV, all the way to a series of separate campuses in Philadelphia itself. Temple, one of them that they named, Lehigh, Lafayette, elsewhere in the state as well. And she was talking about what is really key to the campaign right now.
Look at the pretty colors and numbers, guys. Don't you want to watch forever?
They don't close if you were already in line. It's a message that they're sharing right now. FaceTiming in Jennifer Garner and to me more among others to keep those folks in line.
All right.
Gracie, thank you for the 25. Wishing, thank you for the 5.
They can keep them in line.
You can keep them in line if Jennifer Garner's
Who scored? Sunquist? Nice, bro. Fuck yeah.
That's the strategy there. We've got a race to call here. Louisiana.
Oh, we've got a race to call. Zero's in, so.
You can add Louisiana.
22 in. 22 in, and they've projected him. Like,
the margin expected to be rather large. So here's the map.
the margin expected to be rather large. Do you hear that? They're just going off of assumption, like once again. I mean, they're not gonna, not every state's turning blue. Some of these are definitely for sure red, but like, it's so annoying that not even a quarter of the votes are counted, and they're like, I think he wins it. I think it's over. I think Kamala wins Maryland. 0% is in, but I think she's in a shoo-in, actually.
Votes. I want you to remember that number. Write it down if you can. I know it's kind of a big number. 260.
Why do they show so little blue? Because, okay, so this is why. Because if you go to places like Texas, first of all, what the shit? They're saying Texas is bleeding red, yet 3 counties are like for sure. If that's the case. But you go to somewhere like Texas, this is like a huge sample size. If you look at the bottom left, like the major cities are typically blue and more dense. So those votes take a longer time. And the other counties, the other places, that just turned blue right before our eyes. The other places typically are faster when it comes to getting their votes in and their results into their counties, because they have significantly less people to count. So blue votes typically take longer to get through and actually counted, because it takes longer to get through the major cities voting than anything else. Because like, you go here, you look at someone like this Missouri one, Pettis County, that is 17,000 votes. Maybe 20, and they're calling it already, right? Down here, Kansas City has well beyond that, and they haven't called it. My county, my home county of St. Louis, has 250,000 votes in. They still have not called it, and it's leaning blue. You see what I mean? Like the major cities where blue votes typically aggregate and matter the most take much longer to actually be accounted for, because they have a much larger size to tabulate. So like, I mean, this could be copium, but at the end of the day, this is what ends up happening with elections, and typically happens, is like all of these like pretty expected states that have really never changed from red or blue get given to each president candidate, and they just kind of sit and wait for the rest of them to fall in.
31,000 vote difference, 74% of the vote in, but again, Kamala Harris, the projected winner there. Let's pull up the map. The road to 270, that brings Harris now to 34 electoral votes. Donald Trump still well out in front with 168. Remember, 270 is the prize.
Breakaway.
Toward. We'll take a break here. It's 9:30 in the East. The vote counting coming in. Our decision desk standing by to make more projections just ahead.
Yay, more projections that aren't actually the results. I love it. I love a super totally not Oh man. This stuff makes me want to Q-tip my whole brain. Like I just want to go straight out, like through my ear canal and just like. It's just dishonest. It's just dishonest reporting. Because it's not actual, it's not factual. There's no confirmed result here. They're just like, yep, for sure. It's crazy that they can actually do that. That should be absurdly not allowed. Like, what is the point? I get it, like, especially places like Kentucky, Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi, those places have been red, typically have been, rarely not. I don't know if they ever haven't been. But it makes no sense to just be like, yeah, it'll probably be that. It's just dishonest. Just a little dishonest. But who are politicians but that? What's Minnesota doing red? Having 2 counties that aren't even major areas reporting. That's it. Look. Murray County, not even 2,000 votes in. Douglas County,
today.
not even 2,000 votes in. You click out, they highlighted it red. 4,000 votes have made them put this in red. No St. Paul counted yet. This shit drives me fucking crazy, dude. Like, none of the major areas of Michigan or Minnesota are even, like, counted. 4,000 votes are in on this website, and they're like, yep, it's turning red, guys. Let's go to Wisconsin, bro. Look at this. Look. Not even, barely 2,000 votes. Not, barely 10,000 votes. Not even 1,000 votes. 5,000 votes. Lots of votes. Not even 10,000. Not even 20,000. That's a major county. This is also a major county. This is not even, Milwaukee's not even counted yet. So let's just breathe, guys. Is 99 to 177 official or done based on current counts? This is projection and conjecture. Like, once again, they're giving all these bold colored states to each incumbent, but you go to like Illinois, half of the state isn't even colored in or confirmed yet. You go to Missouri, it's the same thing. You go to Arkansas, it's all sparse as well. Same with most of these places. I mean, these are like them being like, well, it typically ends up that way. Why the fuck is this? What does that fucking mean? Are they giving these counties to Jill Stein? Why? What the fuck? There's no votes in. What the fuck's that about? What? What the fuck's going on here? The major county of Augusta, Georgia's in has not even 1,000 votes in. Atlanta doesn't even have 1 million votes in. Highlighted red. Like, I think one of the few places is probably Florida. They have millions and millions of votes in. You know what I mean? Louisiana doesn't even have 100,000. Or Texas has a couple million. So Texas is probably going to get called at some point. Like, most of these states don't even have 7 figures accounted for yet. So it's like, I don't know. this map's pissing me off more and more, and so is this broadcast. So I actually, but that's pretty much anywhere. I don't think I can find a single place that isn't doing this. All of the news places and websites all do this shit. They go, well, based off of the trends that we're seeing, that hasn't even counted for most of the play. Look at that. 25% in. Yet they're like boldly coloring these places as factual. It's wild.
Those collar counties in Pennsylvania, Michael. Remember, President Biden won Pennsylvania not because he won the Philadelphia County area.
It's just to create divisiveness, man.
Really drive up the
When do I think we'll have the real results?
In those collar counties. One more point just to mention as we walk.
It took until Saturday last year to call, or last election to call Pennsylvania in Biden's favor. It was that close. So
was out of reach.
It could take the whole week, man.
That we're talking about
I could be live playing a fucking game and the race could be called.
That former President Trump spent so much time there.
You never know, bro.
Days underscores the fact that they have tried to open up more paths, and we'll have to see if that was effective at all.
I want to ask a little bit about Michigan. We haven't really talked much about the Gaza war in Gaza and how that might affect the vote, you know, in Detroit and in parts of Michigan. Are we getting any read there at all?
Well, it's going to be something that matters, right? Because we saw that uncommitted vote. We know there's an Arab American population in largely Wayne County. It's only about 2% of the population, but it could be potentially significant here. You saw Vice President Harris, as she was on the campaign trail just in the last few days here, begin her rally speech, one of them in Michigan, by referencing, of course, Israel, Gaza, what was happening. She doesn't typically start off her campaign speeches, her stump speech that way.
But she's been tackled at times.
That's right. She has again and again. She has
14% is in Iowa, and they're making Iowa blue here.
You have a right to be heard. So
not even 200,000 votes in Iowa, and it's highlighted light blue here. Like
when you look at this,
it's just nonsense, man.
It's going to be critical for her.
I mean, I'm curious to see what gets locked in today, but yeah, it is really just a little nonsensical.
Moving away from this idea.
Who are the states to look at? Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Virginia, North Carolina, Georgia, Minnesota.
All right, we have another call to make, and this is
I think some of those are less important than others. I think. Oh, here we fucking go.
Not necessarily a surprise, but NBC News projects that New York will. Kamala Harris is the projected winner. I'll get this out. Projected winner in New York.
33% is in.
The vote difference, 845,000.
As you can see, only a quarter of the state has actually been accounted for, so we're just going to give her the win.
Trump out front with 168. Harris with 62.
Hello?
Let's continue this conversation about Michigan.
Let's continue to make a bunch of bullshit up so people continue to pay attention. Like the white boy you're watching complaining about it.
With young voters, with many students, and we see Kamala Harris struggling with that. We've seen ads by third-party groups in Michigan to bring up that kind of dissent that is going on. It's very interesting. In the primary, there was an uncommitted vote, sort of a protest vote against President Biden.
I doubt anything
people voted
is for sure
in the primary.
or confirmed today.
2020 was 154,000.
Except maybe deep red and blue states you would expect to be that way anyway.
Absolutely. And with young voters,
like
right now,
Florida.
Hallie, you brought this up on the data wall a little bit ago. Trump is leading young voters. And again, that gender gap is playing out right now.
Oh my God. Half of the country's not voted for. Half of the states aren't even accounted for. Not to mention half the states being counted for aren't even accounted for.
The other thing that's interesting about Michigan, of course.
Shut your fucking. Ooh. I really doubt Trump wins the young vote here, guys. Like, I will be really disappointed. Like, they use very finite words, even though it's all conjecture. It's a very manipulative verbiage. They use very finite language when talking about this stuff because they want people to think everything is like for sure, because the news feeds off of stress and negativity. Here we go. They're going to project winners. 12% too close to call. Yeah. Yeah. Duh. Like, they just don't know shit, and they're just making shit up. I doubt any state has actually fully reported their outcome yet, including Florida. They just, yeah, they sensationalize the whole process and make it like everything, all inches of the voting is significant and impactful, because sensationalizing things and stress and negativity is what the news feeds off of. So you sit there and you stare at it and you feed into it all, which I guess we're fucking doing, but you know. Florida's like the only state I expect to be like totally confirmed at the moment. All those boomers in Boca Raton are coming out in waves, bruh. The Blues scored again. Oh, hey, hey. I love hockey. I don't know, bro. I'm telling you right now, half of these things aren't even going to be totally confirmed tonight. It's just how it goes. Poroshenko with a goal. Fuck yeah, buddy. If only the Blues could score in the election. Yeah, I'm cheering for 2 blue things today. Oh, I gotta pee and refill my water again, guys. I have to get a bigger water bottle again. I have this tiny one because I wanted it to fit in my cup holder, but I barely drive because I sit in my house all day and yap. And then I just drink water a lot. I also think my wife just got home. I'm going to go say hi to my daughter, who's probably about to go to bed. Might already be asleep. Is there an option for gender in American votes and stuff? It's based off of your license, if I remember right. They get a lot of statistics based off of your license that you use in order to register. So, yeah, your ID if you don't have a license, yeah. All right, be right back. Gotta pee. My wife was not home. But that's okay. I think she's almost home, though. What I miss? More nothing? All right, cool. The magnets are frozen. I don't know what's going on with these things, man. The website change is really fucked with them somehow. But it's not like I know anything about it. Okay, cool. That's just there now, I guess. That's fun. What is happening? That might be good now. I think every time somebody new taps into the magnets, it does that. Magnet. What's my opinion on third-party voting? I think it should matter. I think it should be important. I think the way that the American political system is built, it doesn't. If you look at the previous elections, it really hasn't. In fact, it's impacted more based off of the votes that got taken. Like, it's just not very easy for a third-party candidate to win in the conditions set in American politics. Maybe someday, but it's just really, really, it's just set up to not work, man. And looking to someone like Jill Stein as the solution to all of our problems just doesn't work when she elected a VP that is pro-abortion ban, etc. Did you know that? You might not have. Why does it just say magnet, bro? Go. Brett. Delete that one. Delete that one and add a different one. I think it's because it's an old image. Yeah. Bottom right. Oh my fucking god. Yeah, her VP is also transphobic. Fun fact. Once again, I bet plenty of people who went third party actually did not know. Because that's just how it goes, man. Thoughts on eating frozen bananas? Not bad, man. Not bad. Try now. There you go. It's something else, man. And when they don't even get a platform to speak, they don't get to be a part of the debates. They don't have a majority of the coverage, nor will they, because the system is set up in two parties purposefully to they versus us thing, to set up a they versus us dilemma, which creates solidarity within both groups. It's purposely set up that way so the Democrats and the Republicans have very stable and consistent backing. And you really can't think, I don't know, in this day and age, third partying doesn't really help. I wish it did. Jill Stein only had a couple million votes last election. Like 3 to 5 million, something like that. Trump and Biden had over 25 million each. Like, it's not even close. And unfortunately, there's a lot of nuances to these scenarios. And to pretend like both of these candidates are going to do equal damage is crazy. Thanks for the 27th, Scarlet. So a gifted sub, Hollow. Not American who's winning? Nobody. It's all projection. I think there's like maybe 2 confirmed states, Florida and somewhere else. I don't remember. Voting alert. Too close to call. Like, okay, yeah. Of course. Duh. We know. Somebody just ordered Madrinas, but I don't think this is on that. I don't think that's on here. Thank you. I just put it up though. Thanks. It's just a bunch of nonsense. It's just a yap sesh. We will see what happens, man. It's pretty fucked up. Florida did that, man. It's twisted. It's twisted to require more than a majority vote, and to barely miss it is ridiculous. I don't know, man. Welcome. We're just watching literal projection. Oh. He's tired. Ah. Oh, you baby. Oh no. But I'm gonna hug you. She needs mom. She's tired. Good night. Past her bed. She's very tired. It's past her bedtime. Past her bedtime even before daylight savings. Yeah, they just keep cutting to like this and they're like voting update too close to call. It's like, okay, so nothing. There's actually no update. You just want me glued. Yeah. I don't know, chat. How long do you think? How long do you think I should just do this? Because once again, I don't even think the important states in this situation are even going to matter. I don't even think any of them are going to actually do much right now. Too early to call. 67 in. Wow, it's actually pretty close. Why do these Senate pictures look so less professional? Cool. So nothing's changed for the last 2 hours. They still have one net gain. That's it. I think I'm just wasting time here, man. I think it's time I go. It's been 5 hours. I mean, it's been useful. It's been fun. It's nice to talk about it, and I'm happy to give this space, but my wife and daughter are home. My daughter's about to go to bed, and I would like to be near my wife. So, hope that's chill. We'll fucking see, man. You know what I mean? Who the fuck knows? I didn't really expect to get much in the sense of answers today anyway. It's really like it used to be like so instantaneous and so fast, and there's so much contention towards voting validity nowadays because of, I don't know, somebody being a baby about it, that they're so meticulous, which is a good thing ultimately, but it makes something that is the election day be the whole week. Like I said, if you guys don't remember 4 years ago, it took until Saturday to essentially declare
Take
Biden
care
the
of
president.
yourself and the family. Sneeg less than 3.
Because it took Pennsylvania that long to fully count. Now, we'll see. We'll see if it takes that long this time around, but I don't know. This was fun though. I mean, like in a lot of ways, it's fun to sit here and talk shit and help you guys. I mean, once again, it's okay to be like worried. That's realistic. There's reason to be worried. Of course. I would take nothing as factual or a matter of fact until it's like 100% of the votes are in. I'm telling you right now. Until a state declares 100% voted, I would not trust any of it. Because you never know who's the last vote or how many of the last votes are one side or another. So one state might look blue now, it might turn red at the end of the day, and vice versa. So your anxiety is valid. I get it. And I'm very happy and honored to be a safe space for the past 5 hours for some of you. Unfortunately, I cannot be that the whole time, especially if this is going to take the whole week like last one did. But we will be live. I will be streaming this week, of course. We will be live at 2 o'clock Central tomorrow. We're playing Phasmo with Impulse, Skiz, and Z, which will be exciting. Maybe I won't end up killing Skiz by accident this time. It'd be kind of funny if I did get him killed in a Phasmo stream. Part of me thinks I should, just to continue the trend. Just the running gag of me somehow always getting him killed in anything we're a part of. Will we be doing shared chat? I can ask. I think Impulse had a great time last time, so I'm sure he would vouch for it. So yeah, man. Just keep up with it, but don't take it as total for sure until it's actually confirmed, man. And it ain't done until it's done. I don't hear no fucking bell until I see 3 digits on that percent voted in and counted. I don't hear no bell. So we'll see what happens, man. We'll see what's going on. Who the fuck knows? Excuse me. Do. All right, man. I'll see you guys later. I'm not going to scream today. It doesn't feel like a scream to end stream. I don't want to, like, set people off. I understand some of you are very realistically upset or concerned, so I don't want to do anything like that. I want to be a calm and collected peace this week, and entertain people like I always do. And I always like being a space that people can go to and feel that everything will be fine, and get you guys to at least smile once a day. You know what I mean? So yeah. Okay. Go watch somebody. No raid, just go watch somebody. Or go hug your family. Or go to your little corner and do your no phone and nonverbal time. I'm sure gonna. I'm going to sit on my couch, watch the rest of the Blues game, look at my phone. Probably try to beat Jad again on my RuneScape account. Very cool. All right, guys. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Thanks for those 22, Nova.